Jury instructions. Let me start with the state. Do you have any input?
So, Your Honor, we don't have any objection to the jury instructions. The only thing we did want to put on the record and just clarify, because I know there was a lot of back and forth with all the jury instructions. We just want it clear for the record that the state does not want provocation manslaughter. The state does not want manslaughter, reckless. This is murder and nothing less. So if those instructions are given, that's at the explicit request of the defendant. So I just want to make that crystal clear on the record.
Okay. So
we're not objecting to it, where it's lesser included, but I just wanted to clear that part up.
Understood. Okay.
And we're requesting that they be given.
Okay. So I do think there is some evidence to support both, so I will give them. And other than that, it sounds like you don't have any other input on the content of the instructions. No?
No.
Okay.
Just a question of procedure more than anything else. Did
Sure.
Your Honor give the instructions on the elements before closings or after closings?
After closings. I don't want to put them to sleep by going on for 20 minutes or a half an hour before your closing argument. So I think it's generally better to do it after they're awakened by your impassioned arguments from both sides, and then I can launch into the final instructions.
That's fine. And then secondly, does Your Honor intend to send a written copy to the jury?
I do, yeah.
And I did notice, at least during the pre-charge, there were some stylistic deviations from the oral. Did they get an instruction that the oral controls over the written?
No, I mean, you're right. It's not word for word because I try to be a little more engaged than that, but I don't think substantively they're different, so no, I don't give them any instruction about that.
And then I guess one last comment. We had requested an instruction about the right to carry. I noticed that's not in those instructions. I presume Your Honor is not giving that.
Well, I mean, I didn't get a response from the state. What's your position on?
We would object to that. They don't need to instruct on what is legal. They need to be instructed on the elements and what involves this case. So the legality of whether he can carry it, especially in this case where he's been charged with reckless conduct, and the jury may very well find that he had a lawful right to carry and that he wasn't a felon in possession, but they may find that going to a bar and drinking and carrying a gun is part of that recklessness that goes to his actions. So I don't think it's proper for I think it will just confuse the jury.
Okay. Faulkner, any response?
Yes, he's not. That's not. Well, that's not what he's charged with. He's charged with reckless conduct by means of firing the pistol, not by means of carrying it. The indictment is pretty clear on its face that it charges him with firing it in proximity to occupied motor vehicles in the pedestrians.
Yeah, I mean, although the total sequence of events, I guess, is relevant to the reckless mental state. But
and if I may, Your Honor, I would say that, for example, I think it's de Montserrat is the case where the Jeep took the left-hand turn and motorcyclists struck the Jeep. And in that case, the court had ruled that the state was not allowed to get into whether or not the operator was impaired. However, they were able to consider the consumption of her alcohol as part of her mens rea for that offense. So she wasn't charged with driving under the influence, but the jury was allowed to consider her impairment as part of her mens rea. Similar here, as part of the recklessness of his actions, the jury can very well consider the fact that he had been drinking and was using a firearm while drinking.
yeah, no, I think that's correct as a matter of law. It goes to the conscious disregard of a known risk. I guess that doesn't answer the question about whether to give an instruction about the use of the firearm or possession of a firearm. The reason I didn't give I didn't include the instruction as written by the defense is I think it's broader. I mean, it's not a correct statement of the law. I mean, there is no absolute right to carry a firearm, and no First Amendment isn't an absolute right. So, so I'm trying to think if there's another way to phrase that. I think it probably, to the extent, I mean, I think having the jury have some information about, not having them speculate about whether or not the defendant needed a, permit or anything like that, is appropriate, and I think it probably makes sense to put it in the context of the instructions about defensive use of a firearm. So maybe to say, maybe to say something like, except for circumstances not relevant to the case at bar, all individuals in New Hampshire have a right to possess and carry a weapon. I was looking for my Constitution here, because I think it's pretty clear in the state constitution what the right is.
I would also say around that's requiring the jury to speculate, because there's no facts and evidence clarifying. No one's suggested that he is or is not lawfully allowed to carry a firearm as far as constitutionally. And what I mean by that is criminal record-wise or any other restrictions. So there's no facts to apply that law. There's been no suggestion. The state's happy to make it clear, even in its closing, that the defendant lawfully bought and possessed that firearm. No one's going down the road that he shouldn't have been carrying, and no one has suggested that as a witness.
Okay. What's your response to that? I mean, so that's like saying, some people can drive and some people can't drive, and we don't instruct in driving, in like reckless driving cases that it's lawful to drive a car.
Right. I think it's just that it's a little bit, number one, it's a constitutional right, but also I think there's potentially a false perception out there that that somebody doesn't know that it's legal and he has a constitutional right to carry it. And we're not looking to undermine the recklessness of instruction, just that the jury is instructed that, and looking at Article 2-A, all persons have a right to keep and bear arms in defense of themselves. I don't even know if the in defense of themselves needs to be added in, just that, even perhaps just an instruction that there was nothing unlawful about the defendant's possession of and carrying of a firearm, and that they're only to consider that in the circumstances of the case as to whether the state has proven the elements of the offense.
And that's the state's very concerned. Is that exact statement implies that the defendant in that moment is lawfully allowed to carry. Sure, he was allowed to carry as a constitutional issue, but whether or not the jury thinks he should not have been carrying and using a firearm is up for them to decide. I think Your Honor's point about the car is very apropos, given that we don't instruct on every legal thing that is allowed in any given case. And we had 1 year on this. Your Honor asked a lot of questions of each of the jurors about their inclination to feel passionate about firearms one way or the other. This has been ferreted out through voir dire. There's been no suggestion otherwise that would necessitate such an instruction. So I think the state would just rest on this argument, unless Your Honor has any questions.
No. Bear with me a second. Okay, so this is my proposal, which I think balances both sides' concerns. So on page 20 of the current instructions, just before the list of the 4 situations, what constitutes use of a firearm for deadly force versus non-deadly force. So that paragraph would read, except in situations that are not relevant to this case, all persons have a constitutional right to keep and bear arms. Whether the defendant was lawfully entitled to use a firearm for self-defense is a question of fact for you to decide. With respect to the defensive use of firearms, the following considerations apply. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
You know our position.
Yeah, I know your position. I think that balances. I mean, I think in that situation it makes clear to the jury, there was nothing illegal for him to have it. Whether he could use it is ultimately a question for them to decide.
So I guess in that case, the state would request a similar instruction for Mr. Mendoza's actions on brandishing the pepper spray, because to the extent that any defense has indicated that they're going to say that he is a felon and that he was in possession of pepper spray, which is obviously not unlawful, and it is also not unlawful to use non-deadly force in response to non-deadly force, which is what he did. So the state would ask for a similar instruction about the use of non-deadly force, such as displaying or brandishing pepper spray.
Okay, so fair point. So to that point, then I propose making the following change to that instruction that I just read, which is except in situations, because, right, part of this is who's acting in self-defense. Is Mr. Delee acting in self-defense, or Mr. Mendoza, or one of the other individuals with Mr. Pouliot's group? And that's, again, going to be a question for the jury, so they're going to need to put together these self-defense instructions. So with that consideration, I would say, except in situations that are not relevant to this case, all persons have a constitutional right to keep and bear arms. Whether a person is lawfully entitled to use a weapon for self-defense is a question of fact for you to decide. With respect to defensive use of a firearm, the following considerations apply. So, okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, I will print these instructions. And do we have the jury? Okay. Okay, so we'll continue then with the witness. Do you want me to start? Do you want me to read the stipulations first, or do you want to finish? Like, I think you were going to begin, or Attorney Harrington, or whoever was going to do the questioning of Mr. Soldano. Do you want to do that first and then the stipulations, or do you want me to read the stipulations first? Does it matter?
Reserve the stipulations for the end, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine.
Should Mr. Soldano be on the witness stand when the jury comes in?
Is he? Yeah. Okay. Just you bring him into the courtroom. That's fine.
All rise for the jury. Be seated, please.
Mr. Soldano, I'll just remind you, you're still under oath from your testimony yesterday. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I do.
All right, then have a seat.
Good morning, Mr. Soldano.
Good morning.
I think you know this, but there's water in front of you if you need it for anything.
Thank
You
you.
know where the microphone is.
Yep.
It's fine. My name's Rachel Harrington, and I represent the state. We've met before.
We have.
Okay. And as the court just instructed you, you know that you're still under oath from yesterday.
I do.
So that means that you've sworn under the pains and penalties of perjury that everything that you say here today will be the truth.
I do, yep.
And that's important because I want to ask you about some things that you testified to on the stand yesterday, okay? After the shooting, you ran into Soho with Gage Chandler, correct?
I did. Yep.
That's the first place that you went right after this happened?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday that you ran into Soho because you were scared, correct?
Yeah.
In fact, I think you said you were terrified at that point?
Yep.
Your friend had just shot somebody, right?
Yes.
You didn't know where he was at that time.
I did
right?
not know.
Where John was?
I did not.
You didn't know where Michael Mendoza was, right?
I did not.
I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little, just so I can make
Yeah.
sure that we hear you, okay? You didn't know where Trenton Nash was at that time, right?
I did not.
You did know where Timothy Pouliot was, right?
I did, yes.
He was bleeding on the pavement outside of Soho, right?
He was.
Now, while you were in Soho, it was a little chaotic, is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was, yep.
Okay. And there were Manchester police officers
Yes.
that were there speaking to people?
There was, yep.
And one of these officers, Officer Munnelly, actually spoke with you, is that right?
Yes.
And he was in uniform? You knew he was a police officer?
I did, yep.
Okay. He was speaking with different people in the bar to find out who had seen what happened and kind of sort that out, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And he was actually wearing a body camera at that time and was recording the footage when he spoke with people. Did you know that?
I did, yeah.
And he had a conversation with you that he recorded with that body camera, right?
He did, yep.
He took your name. Is that? I'm just going to
Oh,
say
yes,
yes,
yes.
just for the
Yes, he
record.
did,
No,
yeah.
I know we tend to nod, but I just want to make sure we get a record of you. He took your phone number.
He did, yep.
He took your all your contact information.
Yes, he did.
And he asked you at that point if you had seen or heard anything. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
And you told him no, right?
I did, yep.
So you denied, and this is within, is it fair to say, minutes of what had just happened?
That is fair, yes.
So you denied seeing anything that had happened, correct?
I did.
And you denied hearing anything that had happened.
I did.
You didn't tell them that John had just shot someone, right?
I didn't.
You didn't tell him that John might be in danger.
I did not.
You didn't say that two of the guys that had been attacking John were still out there somewhere, right?
I did not, no.
You were actually smiling when you were talking with Officer Munnelly, weren't you?
I do not remember.
Have you seen the footage from
I have,
that
yeah.
camera?
I have.
Okay. May we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
The footage of this body cam footage. When did you see this?
I believe it was when I made my police statement.
Okay, so your recollection is you think the officer
Yeah.
showed it to you?
I do.
So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to ask you to watch that footage with me. It's going to be a little strange. I'm going to ask you to watch it just yourself, not the jury.
Okay.
And listen to what's happening on there. And then I want to ask you some questions about it.
Yeah.
Okay? going to do is have you go ahead and put those on. Adjusted. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on, let me just make sure that let me get this back so you can see the whole thing. So before this starts, can you see that at that angle?
Not really. No, it's a little dark. Yeah, that's better.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you recognize who that is?
I do.
Okay, who is that?
That is me.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you just to listen through and watch. Can you see it still? I know
Yeah.
I moved it.
Mhm.
Okay. Were you able to understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Soldano, when you watch that footage, you're laughing at points of that footage.
I am, yes.
Okay. You're smiling with the officer?
I am.
You're joking back and forth a little bit about your name and the spelling of it
Yeah.
and that kind
Yeah,
of context?
I am, yep.
Okay. You didn't ask the officer for help at any point in that interaction.
I did not know.
You didn't tell him that you were scared in that interaction?
I did not.
Right. You didn't tell him you were terrified.
I did not know.
And you didn't ask him to assist in any way with what had just happened with your friend John,
I
correct?
did not. Nope.
So, if you don't mind me asking, how tall are you, Mr. Soldano?
6 foot.
Okay. And how much about do you weigh?
200 pounds now. I was not then.
Okay. I'm sorry, could you say that a little?
I'm about 200 pounds now. I was about 170 back in January.
Okay. Do you know how tall Gage Chandler is about?
I do not know exactly. I'd probably say about 5'10".
Okay. So a little bit shorter than you?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you talked about the fact that you've been friends with John Delee since middle school.
Yeah, I knew him in middle school. We became more friendly once high school rolled around.
And you've continued to speak with him after his arrest in this case, correct?
I have.
At least 18 times? So does that sound like a...
That sounds about right, yeah.
accurate? So I believe you testified yesterday, but please correct me if I'm wrong, that you did not see John Delee hit the man with the cigarette when that interaction was happening. Is that correct?
I did not.
Do you recall giving sworn testimony under oath on a different occasion on April 21st of this year?
Yes.
And at that time, you said that you saw John punch the man with the cigarette. Is that
No, I
correct?
did see him punch the man with the cigarette. Yesterday, I did not say that I didn't see him punch the man with the cigarette.
Okay, I'm sorry. Could you just clarify that for me? Maybe I misunderstood.
So I did see him. I didn't see him hit the guy. I saw him take a swing. But yesterday, I did not. I don't remember at least being asked if I saw him hit the man.
Okay, so can you describe for me again when you say you saw him take a swing?
So I was.
Demonstrate for me what you are.
Yeah.
What you're saying.
Yeah. So I was behind John, so I couldn't really see if he landed it or not. But I saw his arm come up and go around.
Okay. So he was partially blocking your view?
Yes.
All right, and that's why you couldn't see the end result of.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for clarifying. And you had said that after that is when things started to escalate and get worse. Is that correct?
Yes.
I want to ask you about something else that you talked about yesterday. You testified under oath yesterday that after you tried to get John to go down the alley near Soho, you said that you told him to stop. Is that correct?
I did. Yep.
So I want to be really clear about that, because is it your sworn testimony here today that John Delee turned around in that alley and came back because you told him to stop?
I told him to stop. I don't know why he turned around and started coming back.
So the shooting happened on January 28th,
It
correct? Okay. On January 29th, the day after the shooting, you spoke with an investigator from the defense attorney. Her name is Amy Wallace.
I did
You
indeed,
recall
yep.
that? Now, she was the first person that you gave a statement to, right? Because we just talked about the fact you didn't talk to the police that night, correct?
She is, yep.
And at that point, you knew that John had been arrested,
I did.
and you knew that it was important to share as much information as you had with her, right?
I did, yep.
And you gave her a statement at that time about everything that you remembered.
I did, yep.
And we just talked about how on April 21st, you gave some additional sworn testimony in this matter. And at that time, I gave you a copy of this report that Ms. Wallace had generated that talked about everything that you said in your statement, correct?
Yep.
And you had a chance to read through this all the way then?
I did, yep.
And I asked you to make any corrections that you thought should be made to this at that time?
You did, yep.
And you told me this was accurate, right?
I did, yep.
And there was nothing that should be added to it or changed about it?
I did, yep.
And you also said that if you remembered after the fact that there was anything different, you would reach out to Manchester PD or someone and let us know, correct?
I would, yep.
Okay. You never anywhere in this statement said that you told John Delee to stop and come back in the alley. Is that correct? And I know you haven't seen it for a while, so if you want to read it.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is, just for the record, this is defense page 15 through 18?
So you can take as much time as you want. Just go ahead and read it to yourself.
I'm all set.
Are you all set?
I am. No problem.
Now that you've had a chance to read it, Mr. Soldano, you never said in the statement anywhere that you told John to stop.
I did not, no.
You never said that you told him to come back.
I did not.
So the day after you spoke with Ms. Wallace, January 30th, you gave your first interview to Manchester Police Department, right?
I did.
And that was recorded?
It was.
And in that interview, you also never said that John turned around in the alley because you told him to stop, did you?
I did not.
In fact, you told those officers that you didn't even see John go into the alley, correct?
Yeah, I didn't think he even got into the alley. I thought he was at just like the beginning of it.
Okay. You also told those officers that the three guys weren't following you when you were going to the alley.
Yeah, so as we were headed to the alley, they weren't.
And then as we've talked about, on April 21st, you gave sworn testimony under oath,
I did.
and that was recorded. And at that time, you never said that you told John to stop when he was going down that alley, right?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. In fact, at that time under oath, you said that you wanted to get John to go up the alley by Soho to get back to his car, correct?
I did, yep.
At that point, you said you just wanted to go home.
Yep.
You didn't want to get in any fights.
Nope.
But John pushed past you to go back onto Old Granite Street, and you were worried when that happened, correct?
Yes, I was.
You could tell that it was not going to be friendly if they got back face to face with each other?
I did, yep.
But they were approaching you guys, and John was approaching them, correct?
Correct.
Squaring off, essentially, in the middle of the road?
Pretty much, yes.
And that's when someone lifted your shirt
Yes,
to see if you had a gun?
correct.
You didn't have a gun?
I did not know.
So you told John one last time, let's get out of here?
Yeah,
And your intention at that point was to go back up the alley away from what was happening, correct?
it was, yes.
You just wanted to get out of there.
Correct.
But John wouldn't move.
He would not know.
So you turned your back and started to walk away at that point. That's what we've talked about. And you
Yes,
see on
correct.
the video with your hands up.
Correct.
At that point, you'd been yelling at him, correct?
Yes.
You've been trying to get him out of there.
Yep.
Is it fair to say that was your last-ditch effort to get him to leave with you? That
It wa-
point where we see you turning away.
Yes, it was.
But then you heard, at that point, you heard the gunshots?
I did indeed, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
I have no further questions. Mr. Soldano?
Yep.
Brief for your record.
Yes, please.
Good morning, Matt.
Good morning.
We talked yesterday about the moment you left the goat. What was your intention when you guys walked outside of the goat?
To go to the car and go home.
And what was the route to get back to the car?
Walking past Soho down to that alley
And why was that the route?
because that's the way we came in.
Okay. So at the moment you walk out of the goat, it's fair to say that your intention was to leave the way you came.
Exactly.
Did you try to do that?
I did.
Okay. At the moment you're walking up Old Granite Street, is there anybody following you?
My friends.
Anybody else?
No.
Were you aware of Mr. Michael Mendoza and Trenton Nash at that point?
I was not, no.
Okay. What about the individual that approached with the pepper spray?
Once he approached, that's when, well, I knew something was going on when Delee started going at it with the kid that was smoking the cigarette on the sidewalk.
Okay. The person who was smoking the cigarette, did he follow you up the street?
As we were moving, yes.
Okay. What about the person with the pepper spray? Did they follow you up the street?
For a period of time, yes.
Okay. So it's fair to say at some point they were following you.
Yes.
When you reached the Soho, did they follow you into the alleyway?
They did not know.
Do you recall what you were doing at the entranceway to that alleyway?
I do not know.
Okay. Were you speaking to anybody? Were you yelling at anybody?
I was yelling at Delee after I told him to stop.
Okay. Anybody else you were speaking to?
No.
No further questions.
Recross?
I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you can step down.
Thank you.
And it's called Trenton Nash.
before you're seated, if you could just raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, have a seat.
Good morning, Mr. Nash.
Good morning.
My name is Benjamin Faulkner. I'm a lawyer for Mr. John Delee. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Trenton Nash, Nash.
Okay. I'm going to be asking you some questions, and then an attorney from the state may ask you some questions as well.
Yes, sir.
We've never met before, right?
No.
And prior to January 27th of 2023, you had never met John Delee before, correct?
Correct.
You didn't know him or any of his friends, right?
No.
How old were you on January 27th?
I was 21.
Okay. And you live just outside of Portland, Maine, right?
Correct.
But you had come down to meet with Michael Mendoza, right?
Yeah.
How long had you known Michael Mendoza?
At that point, probably about a year.
How did you meet him?
I met him through some other friends.
Did you know Timothy Pouliot as of January 27th?
Not quite. He's somebody that I've met before, but it's not like the same time frame, time period.
Fair to say that you knew him through Trenton Nash? Through Michael Mendoza?
Yeah.
Now, at some point on January 27th, you find yourself at the Goat Bar, right?
Correct.
And you went there with Michael Mendoza?
Yeah.
And where had you been before?
Before, I was actually in Portland, so I drove all the way out here to meet up with him.
All right, but didn't you go to another bar before you went to the Goat?
Yeah, but I'm not quite sure what the name of it was.
All right. But fair to say this is your second bar of the evening?
Yeah, it'd be about the second, yeah.
Okay. About?
Yeah.
You think there might have been a few more?
Well, I think we might have went somewhere before, but I don't remember. I just remember there was one place around the corner that we did go to.
At some point when you're inside of the Goat, do you find yourself talking to a group of girls?
I mean, many groups of girls,
At some point, do you find yourself talking to a group of girls alongside Michael Mendoza and Timothy Pouliot, and there's 3 girls and 3 men having a conversation?
Yeah, at some point.
And do you recall that conversation ending when a tall man approached?
No, not really.
Fair enough. How long were you in the Goat?
That's a hard time to remember.
No, just give me your best estimate.
I'd say probably 45 minutes to an hour.
And you're there. Well, who are you there with?
I was there with Michael.
You're not there with Timothy?
No, not necessarily. I never really talked to him much, It was just kind of first introduction and then ongoing.
Do you ever have any conversations with Timothy or Michael about any problems they're having inside the bar?
No,
None at all?
no.
And did anything unusual happen while you were inside of there?
I mean, other than the fight, nothing that I found unusual.
All right. So you noticed some kind of a fight at some point?
I mean, yeah, it was kind of like an uproar on the opposite side of me,
All right. Why don't you tell me in the best words that you can what happened?
Basically, I'm over by the stage. And, I just see security guards rushing towards, I want to say it was like a ramp, kind of going down to like a dance floor. And after that, I mean, I see Mike getting escorted out by a security guard, so I follow him because, I mean, that's the guy that I was with.
All right. So how far away are you from the ramp at that point?
Probably from me to like the first row of the seating.
Okay. So you don't have to adopt what I have to say. Just let me know if I'm right. Would you estimate that's maybe about 20, 25 feet?
I'd say so, yeah.
And so do you see the fight?
No, I didn't even realize that there was a fight at first.
The only thing you noticed is Michael was getting escorted out after something happened.
Well, yeah, there was something that went down. There had to have been, you know. So I kind of just followed afterwards.
Who gets out first, you or Michael?
It was kind of both of us, you know. I was right behind him.
How did you get from Portland to Manchester?
I drove.
What kind of car do you have?
It wasn't my personal car. It was my brother's car at the time.
What did you drive?
It was a Chevy Cruze.
Okay. Where did you park it?
It was right over by the first bar that we went to.
How did you get from the first bar over to the Go?
I ended up walking.
Did you know where Michael Mendoza's car was parked?
For the first one or the Go?
When you were all at the Goat, did you know where Michael Mendoza's car was?
Not originally, but he was parked out front when we were leaving.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I just forgot your answer. Did you get out first or did Michael?
What do you mean?
Out of the bar.
Out of the bar? I can't tell. You know, we were kind of both right with each other. I don't remember if he was in front of me or if I was in front of him.
Okay. Where did you go?
We went right outside, straight to his car pretty much.
Okay. And both of you got in the car, right?
Yeah.
Did you have any conversation with Timothy before you left the bar?
No.
So when you guys get into the car, what's the conversation?
There wasn't really any conversation. I don't know, I was having a lot of anxiety, so I got out to smoke a cigarette. At the time, I had injured ribs.
Good. Try to listen to the questions and answer the questions. So you didn't have a conversation with Michael Mendoza while you were inside of that car?
No, there wasn't really any conversation.
And does Michael allow smoking in his car?
No, he doesn't.
Did you tell him you were getting out to smoke a cigarette?
Yeah.
What was the plan? Were you going to go somewhere in his car?
I mean, he was going to originally, if I was too, you know, wasted to drive, he was just going to drive me back to his house. But, you know, everything went down, so it kind of ended differently.
When you got into Michael Mendoza's car, your understanding was that he was going to drive you somewhere, right?
Yeah.
But instead you decided to get out and smoke a cigarette first.
Yeah.
And when you got out to smoke the cigarette, where'd you go?
I just went right back across the street. There was a snowbank right next to the car that I wasn't able to stand on at the time.
Was the sidewalk on the other side of that snowbank clear?
Yeah, but it was pretty icy out. You know, on that side it was pretty icy. It wasn't as big of a sidewalk on that side.
So you decided to cross the street and go back to the other side?
Yeah.
And there was somebody yelling over there, right?
Yeah.
And without getting into what he said, he caught your attention with his yelling, right?
Yeah.
And you were upset about whatever he was yelling?
I wasn't necessarily upset. I just kind of told him, like, you know, it doesn't really matter. It's not. None of this is worth it. I originally didn't even know who that was at first, you know, and then 2 and 2 kind of clicked.
All right. So at some point you realized he was the person that had been in some kind of scuffle with
Well, yeah,
Michael?
when the group on the sidewalk started yelling at me, that's when it kind of clicked, and then a lot of things just happened fast.
All right. Now, I just want to go backwards a little bit, or strike that. You were aware that Michael Mendoza was wearing rings that night, right?
Yeah.
On both of his hands?
I don't know exactly what hands they were. I don't really pocket watch.
Okay. But you remember he was wearing rings?
Yeah.
Because at some point the police asked you about that, right?
Yeah.
And they had asked you whether he had any weapons, right?
Yeah.
And you said, I don't know if this counts as a weapon, but he was wearing rings, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't count as a weapon. At least I don't think it does.
Oh, now you think it doesn't count as a weapon?
Well, I don't know if it is or not,
But when you were asked whether he had any weapons, you felt the need to disclose that to the police, right?
Well, I mean, if it is a weapon, it's something. But at the same time, in my mind, it's not really a weapon.
Okay. So, did you have any weapons that night?
No.
None at all?
No.
Fair to say the conversation with the tall man goes rather poorly?
Yeah, it wasn't the best.
And by the way, that tall man, he's that man sitting over at the second table to my right, right?
That's correct.
Mr. John Delee, right?
That's correct.
So how did you realize that he was the person who had been in a scuffle with Mr. Mendoza?
Mainly what he was saying, just going off of what he was saying. And
he was making derogatory comments about him? Is that why?
Yeah.
Okay.
But, I mean, I can't say who it was aimed towards, at the same time.
Was he telling you to get lost?
No.
Did he push
Not
you
necessarily.
At some point?
Push?
Yeah.
No,
He shove, right?
he punched me.
He punched you?
And then he tried shaking my hand, and then he punched me again.
Okay. At some point, did Mr. Mendoza become involved in this interaction?
Well, yeah. He saw me getting assaulted, so, as a good friend, you're going to go up and help your friend.
All right. And he came over with a can of pepper spray, right?
Yeah.
And held it right into John Delee's face?
He wasn't right in his face. He was probably about 6-7 feet away.
But he held it up at face level, right?
I wouldn't say face level. There's a good height difference there.
Okay. He pointed at him, right?
Yeah.
And at that point, what does Mr. Delee do?
I want to say he started stumbling back, and then he pulled the gun out.
Dropped it on the ground, right?
Yeah, but it's kind of like a drop on the pull out of the waistband. It wasn't something that I had a firm grip on and then placed down. It was more of I stumbled it.
All right. And after he dropped it, what did he do next?
Picked it right back up and kept yelling right at us.
What was he yelling?
I can't give exact statements. I don't remember exactly fully what he was yelling.
Something along the lines of, get away from me, I have a gun, right?
No. He didn't state that he had a gun at all.
Okay. But he was holding it.
Yeah, he was holding it.
And was he telling you to get lost at that point?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, but, you get assaulted, you're going to be a little frustrated.
So, right around that point, is that when John walks away with his friends?
He didn't really walk away. It was like a backward strut.
So he struts backwards, and then he turns around and walks up the sidewalk, right?
I wouldn't necessarily say he walked up the sidewalk. He was still talking to us the whole time.
What's he saying?
I can't remarkably put down what he was saying. You know, I don't really remember too much conversation from that night, as I was heavily influenced under the alcohol, so a lot of words just kind of jumbled up in the brain, so I don't really remember the conversations that were going on at the time.
How many drinks did you have that night?
Pretty good amount.
How old is Michael Mendoza?
I want to say 39.
This is as of back in January.
Probably 38 in January.
So, at any rate, Mr. Delee is moving up along the sidewalk, right?
Correct.
And where do you and Michael go?
I mean, we're on the other side of the street, and we kind of just keep walking parallel with them. You know, but both parties are yelling at each other, so it's
What are you yelling at the time?
pretty much like that. It was uncalled for. The punches in the face, it was uncalled for. You know?
Fair to say that Mr. Delee and his friends are out ahead of you and Mr. Mendoza as you're moving up the street?
Yeah, but not too far.
Did Mr. Mendoza at any point yell back to Timothy Pouliot?
No.
You don't remember hearing him say anything to Mr. Pouliot?
I didn't hear nothing to Mr. Pouliot. Nothing was said to him at that point.
At some point you left the roadway, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, it kind of all happened in the middle of the road.
You don't remember going into a parking lot or something along those lines?
Well, I mean, after the shots rang out, I started running.
Not beforehand?
I mean, not beforehand. I stepped up onto the sidewalk because there were some people standing over at a truck, and, you know, I could kind of hear them just, like, talking about what was going on.
I see. So you didn't go into the parking lot, but you did get up onto the far sidewalk away from John Delee, right?
Well, I was still in the road, you know, I was right there. Like I said, that sidewalk was pretty icy.
What about Michael? Is he with you at this point?
And he was right in the road, too.
But I mean, is he close to you or is he close to John Delee?
I'd say probably about 10 feet from me.
And at some point, John Delee kind of makes it to the head of the alleyway, right? Just past Soho?
Is that the Soho, the one right next to the goat?
Yeah. So if you walk out of the goat and you turn right and keep going up the street, there's another bar, right?
Yeah.
So let's call it the second bar. Does that work?
Yeah.
From now on, when I'm talking about the second bar, I'm talking about the bar that's up the street from the goat.
Yeah.
And on the far side of that bar, there's like an alleyway, right?
Yeah.
Did Mr. Delee make it to the sort of intersection between that alleyway and the street at some point?
Well, I mean, he was still in the street, but yeah, he was somewhat towards that alleyway.
Right. So more or less across the street from you.
Yeah.
Who approaches him first?
What do you mean?
Does anybody approach John Delee at that point?
Like, come up to him?
Yeah.
I think Timmy did.
So you stayed behind on the sidewalk while Timmy approached him first, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of focused on, there's a group of kids over by a truck that I was kind of focused on. You know, so I don't really recall who was up there first, you know.
But after Timothy approached him, then you and Michael also approached, right?
Not necessarily approached. It was more of like we were still standing there talking, you know.
What's the conversation like at that point? I mean, even if you don't remember exact words, what's going on there?
I mean, pretty much both sides going at it. One side saying, you know, stop, and the other side saying, put the gun down. There's no need for the gun.
So who's saying stop?
It was He had a few friends that were off onto the sidewalk, and there was one with like longer hair.
And he was yelling to stop?
Yeah.
To you guys or to Mr. Delee?
I think he was yelling at him, but I'm not too sure, you know.
What's Mr. Delee saying?
He's, at that point, I can't really recall what he was saying.
Somehow, all six of you come together, right?
Yeah.
Was it you or Mendoza who said, it's New Hampshire pussy, we all have guns?
I don't recall that being said at all.
Was it communicated in any way to Mr. Delee that you had guns?
No.
Did you have a gun?
No, I did not.
You know whether Mr. Mendoza did?
He definitely did not.
Did you check him?
No, but I know I don't have to check him. It's one of those things where you can kind of tell if somebody has a gun.
Okay. So, very cold that night, right?
Yeah.
You're wearing a coat, right?
Yeah.
You remember taking the coat off?
Yes, I do.
That's when you were squaring up for a fight, right?
I was not squaring up for a fight.
Did you take off your coat because you were hot?
Pretty much. Like I said earlier, I did have a rib injury. So my ribs at that point, all the movement going on was just kind of firing up right up on the inside. So, that's the only way that I could get it down. It just wasn't squaring up for a fight. I was pretty much trying to tell him, like, there's no need for any of this.
Do you remember searching the guy with long hair for a gun?
I didn't search anybody.
You don't remember lifting up his shirt and asking him if he had a gun?
I didn't search anybody.
I didn't say the word search. You don't remember lifting up anybody's shirt?
No, I didn't.
At some point, Mr. Delee's standing in the middle of the roadway with Timothy Pouliot facing him. You remember that?
Yeah.
And to the left of Mr. Pouliot is Mr. Mendoza, right?
Correct.
And to the left of Mr. Mendoza is you, right?
Correct.
So you kind of have like a little semicircle going on around Mr. Delee, right?
It wasn't a semicircle. It was a, shoulder to shoulder. We were all standing together.
And the tall guy with long hair, you remember him turning around and walking away with his hands on his head?
Yeah.
You remember why that happened?
Not necessarily.
And then the other guy that was with Mr. Delee, do you remember where he was at that point?
No. I mean, after that point, I didn't see him at all.
By the way, when exactly did you take off the coat?
I don't remember exactly. I just know that it was after I started walking. When I started walking further up the street, that's when it came off.
After in the middle of the street?
Pretty much, yeah.
Because of your rib injury.
Yeah.
How come you didn't go put it back in the car?
I don't know.
Were you worried it was going to get stolen?
Not necessarily.
So, when you're standing shoulder to shoulder facing Mr. Delee, at some point, we'll strike that. When you're standing shoulder to shoulder to Mr. Delee and Mr. Soldano, or the other man with long hair is walking away with his hands on his head, what is being said between the three of you and Mr. Delee?
I can't really recall too much about what was being said.
Well, do you remember Timothy punching Mr. Delee in the face?
Somewhat, not too much. A lot of that night has kind of faded away, but as I can say, I can't really recall too much of the conversation that was going on.
Mr. Delee didn't do anything to cause himself to be punched in the face at that moment, did he?
I have no idea. Not to me, at least. He didn't do anything to me, at least. So.
Yeah. And you didn't see him do anything to Michael Mendoza at that point, did you?
Go ahead. You can.
No, me personally, I didn't.
And you didn't see him do anything to Timothy Pouliot, did you?
No.
And in the split second after he got punched in the face, you saw him pull out his firearm and start shooting, right?
Yeah.
Directly at Timothy Pouliot, right? Right?
Correct.
And you went running, right?
As a normal person would. You hear gunshots, and it's not necessarily something that you want to be caught on.
Where did you run to?
Down the street, there was a parking garage right across. There was a key bank and then a parking garage. I went right behind the parking garage.
Do you remember bumping into the group of girls that you've been talking to earlier in the night?
I think, yeah, when I was coming back to the scene.
Did you have a conversation with them?
No, I didn't have a conversation with them. I apologized. I said I was sorry, and then...
In a case that one side or the other objects, and before they can rule on the objection or before they can get up to object, the witness answers a question. And so when that happens and I sustain the objection, and in other words, I rule that the answer is not admissible, that testimony is stricken from the record. So the witness's last answer about what was said as he was returning from the parking lot is not to be considered by you as evidence in the case. It's not admissible. Okay.
Did you ever see Mr. Mendoza take off his rings?
No, I didn't.
No further questions.
Good morning, Mr. Nash.
Good morning.
My name is Rachel Harrington, and I'm an attorney for the state. We've never met before, correct?
No.
Okay. So I just have a few more questions for you other than what Attorney Faulkner was just asking you. To start off, what's your height, Mr. Nash?
I say about 5'10", 5'11".
Okay. Do you mind if I ask you how much you weigh, about?
Roughly 135, 130 pounds.
So you've been asked a lot of questions about what was said in those final moments when you and Michael Mendoza and Timmy are up there with the defendant and the man that you described as having long hair, who's a friend of the defendant.
Correct.
And up at that corner. I know you don't remember exactly what was said, but can you describe for me what the defendant looked like, what his demeanor was like?
I mean, the demeanor was... You could see the anger. It kind of just poured out in anger instead of like how a normal person would be content. If I'd have to describe it, it was kind of barbaric.
Objection and motion to strike.
Did you feel like he was being aggressive to you?
Not towards me at first. I didn't feel, I get it, on the side of the street, he's looking for whoever he's looking for, but towards me, necessarily no.
Did you feel like he was being aggressive towards Timmy or towards Michael?
Not until everything came up to where both groups were meeting.
Okay. And that's the part I'm talking about, right in that moment when you guys are up in that corner.
Yeah.
You're facing off right before Timmy punches him and he shoots. Like, did you feel like the defendant wanted to fight somebody in that group?
Yeah.
But not necessarily you? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I wouldn't say not necessarily me, but you could tell that there was the rage in his eyes.
After the shooting happened, I know you described how you ran initially, but at some point that night you spoke with the police, right?
Yeah.
Okay, was that before you actually left the area?
No, so I ended up running, and then I came back, and that's when I started speaking to the police.
And were those officers that were on the street at that point?
Yeah, they were kind of everywhere, in parking lots, on the street.
Right. And did you tell them what you had seen?
Not at first, and then they brought me back to the station, and I kind of just released everything that I had seen from my perspective.
Okay, so just to be clear, on the side of the road, were they doing just kind of quick conversations to figure out who knew what? That type of thing?
Pretty much, informational basis and everything as well.
Okay. But once they realized you were a witness, you went to the station with them to give them an actual interview?
Correct.
Let me just have a moment.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr.
So you felt that the defendant was aggressive and angry during this last sort of meeting?
Yeah, when we were all face to face.
Did you feel that you were being aggressive and angry at that time?
No, I wouldn't say that I was.
What about Timothy? Was he being aggressive and angry?
I wouldn't say that any of us were being aggressive and angry on our side.
No, not at all.
Not that I could see.
What about Michael?
I wouldn't say he was being aggressive and angry.
It's kind of cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, I mean, we were all just... We were there. Things were happening.
Yeah. No further questions.
Okay. Anything further?
Mr. Nash, just to be fair, though, there's a lot of back and forth that was happening on that corner, right?
Yeah.
It's fair to say there's a lot of words being thrown back and forth that aren't friendly?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, you can step down. You're all set.
Defense calls Michael Mendez.
Okay. While you're seated, if you can raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
State your name for the record, please.
Michael Mendoza.
Michael, my name is Patrick. Have we met before today?
Briefly in the hallway on Tuesday.
Okay. But before Tuesday, have we met before?
No.
Michael, I want to bring your attention back to January 27th of 2023. That's January 27th of earlier this year, into the early morning hours of January 28th. Do you have a memory of that time period?
Yes.
Could you first set the stage for me? Where were you that night?
In Manchester at the GOAT.
Okay. Were you anywhere else that evening?
I was at McGarvey's.
Where's McGarvey's?
McGarvey's is on Elm Street, and also walked from McGarvey's to Imperial, which is also a bar on Elm Street, and walked from Imperial to the GOAT.
Okay. Were you with anybody?
At McGarvey's, I ran into a couple friends of mine. Yes.
Okay. What about at the GOAT? Were you with anybody?
Yes, we all walked down to the GOAT.
When you say we all, who was with you?
At McGarvey's, I ran into a friend of mine, Adam, and his friend Alex, and me and Trent Nash. We went to McGarvey's together. He picked me up from Granite Street from my car that I parked at.
It's fair to say at some point you end up at the GOAT?
Yes.
Okay. Who was with you at the GOAT?
Me, Trent, and Alex, and Adam.
Did you meet up with anybody else at the GOAT that you knew?
Just people that I know from the town.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing.
Yeah, if you could just slide yourself forward, there's a mic right in front of you, that'd be great.
Do you know an individual named Timothy Pouliot?
Yes.
Okay. Did you meet him at the GOAT?
Yes, I ran into him at the GOAT.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the GOAT?
No.
Do you recall what time you left the GOAT?
Right before closing.
Okay. Do you recall just your best estimate how long you were at the GOAT?
I have no idea. An hour and a half, 2 hours, I have no idea.
Okay. Were you consuming alcohol that evening?
Yes.
Fair to say you consumed some alcohol at each establishment you went to?
Yes.
Do you recall how much you were drinking at the GOAT?
No. I have a limit. So I'm not sure. Maybe 2 beers, I'm not sure.
I'm going to ask you some questions about Timothy Pouliot
Yes.
at the GOAT. Do you recall at some point standing with Timothy speaking to a group of girls or young women?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where inside the GOAT that was?
It was at the end of the rail. The
And when you say the end of the rail, what other things are around that to sort of give us a sense of what the scene looks like?
beginning of the dance floor.
Okay. Were you there alone with them?
It was me, him, and Trent Nash.
Okay. And how many girls were there again? How many young women?
3.
Okay. And you were having a conversation with them. Talk to me a little bit about that.
We was just conversating.
Okay. At some point, did a larger individual come down the ramp towards that group?
I didn't notice that. I didn't notice.
You didn't notice that? You didn't notice at any point Mr. John Delee walking down the ramp towards that group of girls?
No.
At some point, did you move away from the group?
Yes, at some point I left the group. Either I don't know, I might have went and grabbed another drink. I'm not sure, but I left the group.
Okay. Were you with anybody when you left the group? Or
I
did you
believe
leave
I
on
was
your
with
own?
Trent.
Okay. You believe you were with Trent. Did Timothy follow you?
No.
Okay. So Timothy stayed.
Yes.
All right. Do you recall what Timothy was doing when you left?
He was just communicating with the girls. They was just talking.
Okay. You didn't see him communicating with anybody else?
No.
So at this point, you think you may have gone to the bar to get another drink?
Yes.
Do you run into Timothy again within the next 5 or 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Where was that?
I'm not sure exactly where we were standing.
Okay. Is it possible you were up at the bar getting a drink, or were you someplace else?
Possibly. I'm not sure.
Did you have a conversation with Timothy at that point?
Yes.
Now, you said you were with a group of girls, young women, earlier. That group come up to you again or come up to the bar during that period of time?
I can't remember.
Okay. You were having a conversation with Timothy at this point?
Yes.
All right. Were you having a conversation with Mr. Nash as well?
I can't remember.
Do you know if he was present for that conversation?
Possibly, I'm not sure.
Timothy tell you anything about his interaction with the young women?
No.
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 Did he tell you anything about a conversation with Mr. John Delee?
Yes. I did not know who he was referring to.
Okay. But maybe, hey, I had a conversation with a bigger guy.
Yes.
Okay. What did he tell you?
He said that someone tried to fight him.
Somebody tried to fight him. Okay. What did you say to Timothy when that happened?
I told him to forget that guy. We're having a good night. And we're going to the strip club after.
Okay. So you were going someplace else after this, right?
Yes.
And Timothy was going to come along with you?
Initially, no, but I invited him at that point.
Okay. Do you believe he was going to come with you?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you go after you have this conversation?
Back down to the dance floor.
Okay. Are you present when Timothy is talking to you about how he's a professional fighter?
No.
And you're not present when he says he's going to knock Mr. John Delee out?
No.
And you told Timothy at that point that you'd be happy to knock Mr. John Delee out?
No.
Mr. Mendoza, I have some brief questions for you. You the same Michael Mendoza that was convicted in the state of New Hampshire on a matter from 2008 regarding a shooting incident at 125 North Main Street in Rochester, New Hampshire? Mr. Mendoza, do you recall being indicted in the state of New Hampshire in 2008?
Yes.
Do you recall that the indictment that you faced in the state of New Hampshire in 2008 was an indictment for falsifying physical evidence?
Yes.
And you were convicted of that offense?
Yes.
And do you recall as well being indicted in the state of New Hampshire in 2008 for the crime of tampering with a witness?
Yes.
And you were convicted of that offense?
Yes.
And do you recall being indicted again in the state of New Hampshire for the crime of tampering with a witness in 2008, again, for a different incident regarding a lease?
I'm not sure.
Your name is Michael Mendoza?
Yes.
Your date of birth is December of 1983?
Yes.
And you recall that on multiple occasions you've been both indicted and convicted of tampering with a witness?
It's all at the same time.
Okay.
Not multiple.
So there are multiple indictments for tampering with a witness
Yes.
and multiple convictions for tampering with a witness.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Mendoza, on the evening in question, did you find yourself once again at the bottom of the ramp, close to the dance floor?
Yes, that's usually where at that bar, that's usually where I stand.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you were hanging out in that particular area
Yes,
for good portions of the evening?
yes,
Okay. At some point, you recall Timothy Pouliot coming back down that ramp?
yes,
He had a conversation with you, a brief one, correct?
yes,
A brief one in which he essentially taps you on the shoulder and says something in your ear, correct?
yes.
And that's at this point that you walk right over to Mr. John Delee and punch him in the face.
Objection only to leading.
Yeah, sustained.
Mr. Mendoza, I asked you a question about Mr. Pouliot coming down the ramp. Do you remember that happening?
Yes.
Okay. What does he do next?
He tells me that the guy tried to fight him again, and he pushed him.
Okay. And at this point, you walk right over to John Delee and you punch him in the face.
I don't like bullies.
Okay. Did you punch him in the face?
I believe I did not. I believe I tried to.
Okay. What happened next? You went to the ground with him?
Went to the ground and we was throwing punches.
Okay. You were throwing punches at him.
Yes, we were throwing punches at one another.
Okay. What happened next?
We both was removed from the bar.
Okay. Was there a police officer present?
Yes.
Do you remember having an interaction with that police officer?
He just, I believe, walked me out the door, told me to have a good night.
All right. So you left the goat at that point?
Yes.
Where do you go after you leave the goat?
I went directly across, went to my car.
Who are you with?
Trent Nash.
Okay. Do you recall where Trenton Nash was with you when you left the goat?
Trenton doesn't know anyone in Manchester. He came out, asked me to come out with him, and he followed me along with me.
All right.
To go back. His car wasn't parked there. His car was parked at McGarvey's.
All right. Is McGarvey's on Old Granite Street?
About a 10-minute walk.
It's a 10-minute walk from Old Granite Street.
Yes.
You said you went out to your car. Did you get in your car?
I got in my car.
Okay. Trenton got in your car too?
He was trying to get, I parked too close to the snowbank. He was trying to get in the car, and he wanted to smoke a cigarette, which I don't allow in my vehicle.
All right. So he didn't get in the car?
He started getting in the car, yes.
Did Trenton stay by the car?
Trenton tried to get in the car. I believe he might have asked me if he could smoke a cigarette, and I said, no, you can't, not in the car. And he never shut the door. He was trying to get in with the snowbank and then got right back out. Trenton, we had two friends that walked from McGarvey's with us, which was Alex and Adam. They were still in the GOAT. Their vehicle was also parked at McGarvey's. So we wanted to Trenton was going to go back and get them so that we could all go back to their vehicles.
Okay. What happens next?
Trenton started walking towards the GOAT. John Delee came out of the GOAT screaming. I was in my vehicle. I was ready to go back to McGarvey's. And I don't know what was going on, what was said between John Delee and Trent. And Trent was just casually walking that way. Trent later told me what was said between them. And I was watching and I witnessed John Delee punch Trent in the face.
Okay. What did you do now?
I believe I took my coat off at that point, and waited to see what was going on. Didn't know if it was just let it cool down, if the guy was going to keep going or what. And then he struck Trent again, and at that point I got out of my vehicle.
Okay. You said you took your coat off. Was it cold out?
Yes.
Snow on the ground?
Yes,
Is it icy out?
I guess so.
What do you do next?
I got out of the vehicle. I walk over. John was yelling at Trent, and I pulled out my pepper spray and told him to back off.
So at this point, John's yelling at
Yet
Trent.
he had already assaulted him twice.
Yeah, but he's yelling at him, right?
Yeah,
You said you had pepper spray in your hand?
yes.
You had it in front of you, behind you, in your pocket?
I had it in my hand. I walked over to him, and I told him to back up.
You pointed it at
Stop.
him.
Yes.
What happened next?
Told him to back off or I was going to spray him.
Okay.
I didn't know if he was going to continue attacking Trent. Trent's not a fighter. He's a humble kid.
Where's Trent at this point?
Probably, I don't know, standing there somewhere. At that time,
Is John actively punching Trent when you walk up with the pepper spray?
he punched him once. I waited a couple seconds. I believe Trent tried to shake his hand or something, and then he punched him again. And there was no telling if he was going to keep retaliating or what was going on. Trent had nothing to do with any of the situation.
At the moment,
Sorry, I couldn't hear the witness's answer.
Michael, I'm going to ask you to speak up as best as you
All right.
can. Could you repeat your last answer?
I wasn't sure if he was going to continue hitting Trent
Okay.
or
At
anything.
the moment that you walk up,
Yes.
is John actively punching Trent?
No.
About how many people are on the sidewalk with John?
5, 6.
Okay. Were any of them pushing or shoving anybody else?
No one else. They were just yelling at John.
What happens when you point the pepper spray at John?
I told him to back up or I was going to spray him to stop. And he pulled out a gun
Okay.
and said if I spray him, he would shoot me.
Did he drop the gun?
He pulled the gun out, dropped it, picked it back up, and at that point I backed up and I believe he racked the gun.
At some point. Well, what does John do next?
It's just, he was just yelling. His friends told him, go, put the gun away, go, go, go.
Did
And
that happen? Did they go?
they started walking down the sidewalk towards
You say they're walking down the sidewalk. What direction are they going?
towards Elm Street.
Okay. Could you give us a landmark? What direction they're going in?
Towards Soho,
Okay. What's the Soho?
a restaurant.
Okay. What do you do?
I was in disbelief that he pulled a gun, and there was bouncers, security outside of Soho, and I was yelling that he had a gun.
Okay. You're telling everybody on the street that he has a gun.
Yes, I'm screaming it.
Do you follow him up the street?
Not necessarily follow. I kept my distance. I wasn't directly behind him. We was in the road. He was on the sidewalk, and I was just yelling that he had a gun.
So he's walking towards the code,
He's walking towards Soho.
towards Soho. Are the people that are with him walking along with him?
Yes, and they're telling him to calm down. They're also yelling back. They're yelling back, just talking crap.
And you're walking towards Soho as well.
I am walking towards Elm Street, which I'm not walking towards Soho. I'm walking down the street.
Are you walking in the direction of Soho?
No, I'm walking on the main street, on Granite Street, and they end up hitting the corner right there at Soho, and went down the alley, and it was me and Trent Nash, and we broke off and now we're gonna walk back to Trent's car, and we went to the Bank of America or whatever bank parking lot. We went the other way.
Went the other way.
Yep.
Where's Timothy while all this is going on?
I did not know where Timothy was at.
At some point, do you meet Timothy on the street?
I believe we went to the bank parking lot, and there was a group of people there, and we was talking to them, and then I noticed Timothy walking from the GOAT towards Soho. I seen him, and at that point, I started yelling. I said, "Hey, the guy got a gun. He's got a gun."
So you told Timothy he had a gun?
Yes. Oh, I was yelling at him. If Timothy heard me, he heard me.
What do you do next?
Timothy came up to the intersection of the Soho, in front of Soho, and I walked over to meet him right there. And at that point, the other individuals that went down the alleyway came back out of the alley.
Are you past the Soho at this point?
Right in front of it.
Right in front of it. And Timothy's right next to you?
At that point, Timothy's right next to me. I believe everyone just met right there simultaneously.
Okay. Who else is with you?
Trent and Ash is with me, and that's it.
You said a group met. Who else is with John?
There was two guys that were with him. I don't know the names. One was wearing blue. He was yelling and screaming along with John. The other individual was initially yelling, and then at some point he didn't want nothing to do with any of it.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
At some point he wanted nothing to do with it, with other individual, because John wasn't calming down.
So at some point, John is standing with one other person wearing blue.
He was standing with two.
Okay.
And then at some point, one of his friends just walked away. He didn't, I guess he just was out of there. He said, I ain't dealing with this. I don't know.
And at some point, it's three of you and John, or three of you and two people?
It is me, Timothy, Trent, John, his two friends, and then one of his friends, within seconds, just walked away.
Did somebody put their hands up?
I don't remember anyone putting their hands up.
But you were there, right?
Yes, I was there.
You were really close?
I was right there.
The person in blue, if you're facing John, where's the person in blue?
To my left, John's right.
Does that person stay or leave?
He stayed.
Does John push or shove anybody at this point?
No, he was just telling Timmy he would fight him.
Timmy saying the same thing back?
Yes.
Timmy's not backing down.
Timmy said that he wasn't going to get bullied, and if they wanted to fight, they could go in the alley and fight.
John didn't go to the alley, right?
No.
Timmy didn't go to the alley, right?
No.
Timmy throws the punch, right?
Yes.
That's when the shots get fired?
It was simultaneously to a statement that John made.
I want to take this in order. Does Timmy throw a punch?
Yes.
Do the shots come as the punch is thrown or after the punch is thrown?
The shots came after the punch is thrown.
What do you do next?
I back up.
You back up. Do you stay there?
I went behind a vehicle.
Okay. At some point, the shots, did they stop?
Yes.
It was quick, right?
Yes.
Do you stay there for the police?
No.
Do you see John get arrested?
Yes.
He's in the alleyway.
He's right there in the beginning of the alleyway, standing there.
Next to the Soho?
Yes.
How long did it take the police to get there?
I don't know. Maybe 2 minutes.
The police talked to you that night?
Yes.
They talked to you on the street?
No.
They talked to you back at the station?
Yes.
Did you speak to a uniformed officer or a detective?
I'm not sure.
Did you speak to a number of officers or just one?
A number of officers.
When did you take your rings off?
I have no idea. I wear rings. I'm not sure if I took them off.
Do you remember if officers took pictures of you?
I'm not sure.
But you were interviewed that night
Yes.
on camera.
Yes, I believe so. I'm not sure.
You didn't tell the officers the truth that night, right?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure if you told the officers the truth that night?
I believed at that point I was telling officers the truth.
You told the officers a very different story about what happened inside the goat, right?
As I recollected everything that was going on, there was some misinformation.
You told the officers that John swung at you first.
At that point, yes, what I believed.
That's what you believed.
Yes.
But that's not what happened.
After I seen camera footage, I started piecing things together.
So your statement to the police was that John swung at you, and that changed after you saw the video.
Once I seen the video, I started piecing more things together. At that point in time, when the incident happened, I couldn't remember much of anything.
Mr. Mendoza, you walked right up to Mr. John Delee, who's 6'6", over 300 pounds. Is that about right?
Yes.
And you threw a punch at him. Yes?
Yes.
You don't remember initiating that?
No. I do now.
You do now.
I do now.
Now that you're under oath.
Yes, I do now.
You testified earlier your plan was to go to another establishment that evening after the goat.
Yes.
You got in your car.
Yes.
Trenton was with you.
Yes.
You had a phone with you that night?
Excuse me?
Did you have a phone with you that night?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you told the police you had a phone with you.
I just stated I had a phone with me.
You tried to call 911 after the shooting.
Yes.
You were in your car.
Objection. Sustained.
You testified already that you were in your car.
Yes.
Trent was with you.
Yes.
You could have driven away, right?
Not necessarily.
You couldn't just drive away.
I couldn't. We had two other friends that their vehicle was 10-minute walk down the road.
You had a phone, right?
Yes.
Could have called them.
I don't know the numbers.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, let's take a brief recess since we've gone quite a while. So we'll take a brief morning recess.
Speaker. Mr. Mendoza, my name's Scott Chase. I represent the state of New Hampshire. Good afternoon.
Governor.
I'm going to bounce around a little bit here. I'm not going to ask you to walk us through everything that you just talked about. One of the things you said was you don't like bullies, correct?
Yes.
What was the size difference between Mr. Pouliot and the defendant? How would you characterize the size difference?
It's probably twice his size.
Okay. And we heard about your background, right?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say you have more of a street life, more street experience?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say, from your perspective, a fight is a fight.
Yes.
Two guys want to square up and fight, they fight.
Yes.
Not a big deal.
No.
Okay. But you didn't like seeing a big guy twice pushing around a little guy like Timmy.
Correct.
Okay. And let's fast forward and let's talk about the fight between you and the defendant. Chaos? But in that fight, when you guys are rolling, everything's going on. Chaotic?
It was just a normal fight.
Okay. You go to the ground,
Yes.
get your shirt ripped.
Yes.
Okay. When you go, let's fast forward. Let's skip ahead to Soho. I think you've described the car situation enough times. Let's talk about Soho. The defendant wasn't calming down, correct?
No, he wasn't calming down.
His friends were trying to calm him down?
Initially, his friends were gassing him up, and then they were trying to calm him down.
Okay. For you, and I'm talking about when you guys are all in the center of Old Granite Street, okay? For you, if the defendant wants to fight Timmy, and if Timmy wants to fight the defendant, square up, old-fashioned fight. Even if Timmy's going to lose, that's his business, right?
Yes, and I had said that to him.
Okay. You weren't expecting the defendant to pull out a gun if Timmy punched him, correct?
No.
There was nothing that the defendant was saying that was de-escalating the situation, correct?
They was both talking about a mutual fight.
The defendant didn't have his gun out when Timmy walked up to him.
No.
He didn't have his gun out when Timmy punched him.
He was, at that point, he was going for his gun. He had said that he would just shoot him, and then that's when, right when that was said, Timmy swung.
Was that what you were talking about as far as simultaneous?
Yes.
So as Timmy's swinging, he made that statement.
He made that statement, and they were saying, at one point, Timmy said and gestured to the alley, told him he would fight him. He said, "I'll fight you." I was saying, "Guys, any of y'all's business, whatever y'all want to do, whatever, one-on-one, whatever." Trent Nash was saying, "Just shake hands," and that's it. His other friend, John Delee, his friend was saying, at first, he was talking reckless, and then now he was being peacemaker also. And John Delee, I don't know why, maybe didn't, I don't know, I guess he's used to people backing down for him for his size. And Timmy said, "I'll fight you. We can go in the alley." And he said, "I'll just shoot you." And he went towards his gun, and Timmy struck him. I watched the video of it, and I remember, and that's how I'm collecting everything, I remember I'm watching his hand go to his gun as Timmy's punching him, and I back up, and that's how it happened.
And this is all like this?
It's all like that.
Right in an instant?
Yes.
Okay. Timmy didn't pull out a gun?
No.
You had the pepper spray, but you didn't have it out?
No.
Trenton didn't have a gun?
No.
None of you guys told the defendant that you had guns?
Absolutely not.
No one ever threatened the defendant with a gun?
No.
How many times did the defendant holler out, "Please, sir, go away"?
None.
How many times did he say, "Please, sir, I'm scared, go away"?
None.
How many times did he pull out his phone and call for help?
None.
Okay. Now I want to fast forward. Shooting happens, right? You described that you had ran away.
I went behind the immediate vehicle that was on my side, and the gunshots rang out. I wasn't aware that anyone was shot. I looked over and I seen Mr. Delee standing there, and I said something to him about pulling. I can't believe you just shot. Like, you just fucking pulled a gun out and just started shooting.
And what was his attitude back to you?
He immediately said, "You might want to check on your boy."
And did he say that like, "Hey, you might want to check on your boy, he's really hurt"? Was that his tone?
No, he was more taunting, and I didn't understand what he said. I wasn't understanding, like, that just happened. I wasn't understanding what just happened. It happened so quick, and he said, I was like, you just fucking pulled out a gun like an idiot, just started shooting. And then he goes, "You better check on your boy. He's bleeding out." That's what he said. And then I came around the car, and I seen Timmy on the ground. And he was on his back at that point, and I didn't see any gunshot. There was no blood.
Okay.
And I went over to him, and I didn't know to
I
give him
apologize.
CPR.
I want to break some of that down a little bit before we go forward. Okay. So I'm just going to back you up a little bit. So you said you better check on your boy. He's bleeding out.
Yes.
And your description was, this isn't a taunting way. This isn't a, "Hey, I'm calling 911. Check on your buddy. He needs help."
Yes.
Okay. And it's clearly evident.
Yep.
Okay. And you guys see each other.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have your pepper spray out at that point?
No.
Did he point his gun at you at that point?
No.
Did he tell you, "Run away, I don't want anything to do with this"?
No.
Did he ask for help?
No.
Did he try to help Timmy?
No.
One moment.
You are.
Say there's nothing further.
Any redirect?
The Goat Bar, is that right next to the Soho?
Yes.
How many buildings are there between the Goat and the Soho?
I don't think there's any businesses. I think there might be there's no businesses between
Is
the
there
two.
an alleyway?
Not between the two, no.
You sure about that?
Yes, there is like an alleyway, but it's not. Yeah, there's like a small street. You're right.
Okay. All the parties exited the Goat at some point that evening, right?
Yes.
And they walked the distance between the Goat to the Soho, correct?
Yes.
And at least partially into that alleyway, correct?
I didn't. Not all
You
parties.
didn't, but other people did, right?
Not that alleyway.
The one next to the Soho.
There's one that's between Soho.
I'll rephrase the question. I just talked to you about an alleyway that's between the Soho and
Yes.
the Goat.
No one went down that alleyway.
No one went down that alleyway. Is there one next to the Soho further up the street?
Yes, behind the store there.
Okay. Did some parties at least make it partially into that alleyway?
Yes, they went down that alley, however far, I don't know.
Okay. And people walked there, right? Away from the Goat and towards the Soho?
They walked away from the Goat toward, yes.
No further questions.
Very briefly. So, the defendant and his friends go down the alleyway. You don't know how far.
Yeah, when they was walking, as soon as they turned and went that way, I went the opposite way.
So you didn't follow him down the alley?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Aaron.
Okay. All right, you can step down. You may. Does the defense have any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the parties have entered three stipulations in this case, and a stipulation is a form of evidence. So let me explain that to you. I explained to you typical forms of evidence are testimony, exhibits, the view, and a stipulation is yet another form of evidence for your consideration. So a stipulation is proof or is an agreement between the parties that certain facts are true, and you have to accept those facts as established without either side having to bring in outside evidence to prove these facts. And so in this case, the first stipulation that the parties have agreed to is that on the morning of January 28th, 2023, at the time the defendant left the Goat Bar and Grill in Manchester, the car he was driving was parked at the Market Basket parking lot at 460 Elm Street in Manchester. So you have to accept those facts as established based on that stipulation. The stipulation number 2 reads as follows. The state has submitted various video clips into evidence, including state's exhibit numbers 34, 45 to 55, 58, 60 to 67, 69 to 71. The clips and portions thereof that have been entered into evidence are comprised of the portions and areas of the captured footage that is relevant to this case. Number 2, the remaining aspects and portions of the clips not included within the exhibits did not capture relevant information. Jurors are not to speculate on what may have been or may not have been captured on those aspects of videos that have not been entered into evidence. So that's stipulation number 2, and you have to accept that as established. And number 3, the stipulation is on January 28th, 2023, the defendant, John Delee, was approximately 6 foot 6 inches in height and weighed approximately 350 pounds. So that's the third stipulation you must accept as true. I'll mark each of these as a court exhibit to go back with you into your deliberations as well. Okay, so don't start talking about the case. We're going to break now for lunch. We'll come back after lunch, do closing arguments, and I'll give you the final instructions, and then you can start deliberating. Okay, so we'll see you after lunch. 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. All right. Oh, sure.
We had discussed with the state, there are a number of video clips that are on DVDs, and while we've reviewed what's been exchanged electronically, we're asking if we could have permission to take those out of the courtroom and check them to make sure that each of them is exactly what it's supposed to be in terms of video.
Just as long as you do it with Joni, so coordinate with her. Just because she's got to take custody and make sure. Unfortunately, we've had the experience somebody's walked off with an exhibit, not intentionally, and we had a lot of scrambling over a long period of time. So I want to make sure that she's there and keeps track of it. So, okay. And so you're free to do that if you want. I know Joni needs a lunch break, so I'll let you coordinate with her in terms of the timing of that. I gave you a copy of the final instructions as modified. There's the section about whether the defendant's right to not to testify is highlighted. I'll take the highlighting out. I just wanted to wait to make sure that in fact was going to be his choice. So, okay.
And Your Honor, could we come back at say 1:30 or something so that the lawyers have time to prepare their closings, or do you want to begin right?
I'd like to start at 1. Yeah, because I don't know how long your closings are, but they're going to go at least till 2, and then probably 2:30. We'll take a break, and then I've got to give that's not going to get the jury, not get the case to the jury until late in the afternoon. So I'd like to try to at least get them to start the process of picking a foreperson by, beginning or the end of the day. So.
Can counsel just have access to the courtroom because we're going to be moving? I think both sides are going to try to figure out the best way to set up the TV so they're not in Your Honor's way. That's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just going to be in here talking to the class. I mean, they're going to leave shortly because they've got to head out for lunch too, but just don't mind me.
For the record, too, the state's just going to mark with, if it's okay, what Mr. Soldano watched, we'll mark it just for identification, just so we have it for the record.
Oh,
That makes sense.
Whatever the next exhibit number is.
that's fine.
where the
Okay,
traffic
all right. Thank you.
Can I,
Okay.
everyone leave the boardroom except for the students?
I'll be right back.
this time, the defense rests.
Okay. Does the state intend to call any rebuttal witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
May we proceed?
You may.
to-
Mhm. Attorney Chase, had you communicated that part?
No, do you want?
Yeah, if you would. All right. Is the defense ready to proceed with closings?
If I may, Judge.
Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, first thing I want to do is thank you all for being attentive. I thank you. John thanks you. It was clear that everybody paid especially close attention to some very difficult evidence. I want to thank you all for doing so. Timothy Pouliot's death is tragic, but it is not murder. Let's start again at the beginning of the evening of January 27th, 2023. Now, you heard from a number of witnesses, and you're going to see video, still images. And what I'm going to ask all of you to do, and we talked about this at the beginning of the trial, is use your common sense. It is now time for you to evaluate the evidence. I want you to pay particular attention to the things that people say, but also to the other ways in which people communicate their intentions, their body language, what they say, how they act. And when you're evaluating the images and videos and statements of everybody that you've heard from, I want you to take all of that into consideration when you evaluate the evidence of the events on the 27th and the 28th. Now, you've heard from the state's witnesses, one of whom, Olivia, a friend of Abby, somebody who knew John, testified. And what she testified was they were all coming to the GOAT that evening, and eventually John was meeting up with Abby. They were in some kind of a relationship, or they knew each other, or they had previously dated. And John walks up to the group when they're inside the GOAT. And Abby knows John, and John knows Abby. And you see the video. And there's no sound, but you can see that they're clearly familiar with each other. And John walks up at the same moment that Timothy Pouliot, Trenton Nash, and Michael Mendoza are talking to them. And you heard Olivia talk about what the vibe was with Trenton Nash, Michael Mendoza, and Timothy Pouliot. She described that it was a little creepy, or she was uncomfortable, and John walks up. And you also heard that she said that John said something like, hey, you gotta leave, to Timothy, or you gotta get lost. Or maybe he used a derogatory term like, he's scum. But that's not all that happened at that moment. Review the video. Trenton Nash and Michael Mendoza walk off the screen, leaving Timothy there speaking to John Delee. John Delee doesn't have his hands up. John Delee isn't pushing him away. John Delee has his hands open. He's opening his body up. He doesn't feel like he's under threat. And at the end of that, back and forth, John offers Timothy Pouliot a handshake. They dap up, and Timothy walks off. And then they continue to socialize and enjoy the evening. But then Olivia tells you something else, that when they go back up to the bar to get additional drinks, they overhear Trenton Nash, Mike Mendoza, and Timothy Pouliot talking about how they're professional fighters and that they're going to knock John out. And it's not that they just overhear this. It's not that they just overhear it. It is said in a way to communicate to those young women in that moment what their intentions are. And so Olivia told you that her and Abby walked down and they warned John, look out, those guys are coming for you. They want to knock you out. That's a warning. That's a communication. And then you see more video of John, right? We see John down there at the bottom of the ramp, continuing to have a good time. And then he walks up to the bar. And he has another confrontation with Timothy. And this time it's not so friendly, right? This time there's some harsh language, there's a shove, and a bouncer intervenes. And you heard from Brian Delaney. Now, Brian Delaney said that they were shit-talking each other. And he pulls John aside, and he says to John, what are you doing? You're huge. You're huge. What are you doing shit-talking this guy? And when Brian and John part ways, when he sends John back down to the dance floor, what did Brian tell you? They kind of laughed it off. They chuckled it off. As far as John is concerned, his body language, his communication, this is over. This is over. And when Brian goes to talk to Timothy Pouliot, what does Timothy Pouliot say? I'm not worried. I'm an MMA fighter. I do MMA. And then Brian told you he knew what that meant. That's two times that it's been communicated what's going to happen. They're going to try to knock John out. So far, it's only words. It's words. And then we see another video. And that's the video, and we start off with the picture of the dance floor, and you see Trenton Nash, Mike Mendoza in the middle of the dance floor. And they're talking to each other, and they're dapping each other up, and they're talking to their buddies. You see Timothy Pouliot walk down the ramp. And for a brief moment, Timothy Pouliot leans in to Mike Mendoza, and I suggest to you he whispers something in his ear. And then Mike Mendoza turns, takes one or two steps, and throws a haymaker at John Delee. Then you see them both go down. Now we have Officer Smith. Now, Officer Smith testified that he's a detail officer. His job is to be the police presence. His job is to be there to keep the peace. And you have body-worn camera, first-hand, front row seat to that response. And I submit to you that at 22 seconds, you're going to learn everything you need to know about Mike Mendoza. You're going to see Mike Mendoza mouth on that camera, "I don't know," or "I have no idea." But that's for you to decide. And you're going to see Mike Mendoza's rings. And then as soon as that audio comes on, you're going to see John Delee's face, freshly cut from being ambushed by Mike Mendoza at the behest of Timothy Pouliot. And we heard from Michael Mendoza. The same Michael Mendoza that claimed to police the evening of that he didn't start anything. He didn't go after anybody, that John was the aggressor. And he did that the night of. From the moment that Mike Mendoza throws a punch and has his first interaction with a police officer, he's minimizing his involvement. He's not telling the truth. And he came in here today and told you, well, as soon as I saw the video, well, yeah, he was confronted with the truth of what he had done and what he set into motion. You hear John saying, "Who punched me? Come fight me." He got punched in the face. And you heard Mr. Mendoza say, "Well, I threw multiple punches at him." And you see Mr. Mendoza get guided out, and you see Trenton Nash follow him out, and then they just put John Delee and his friends right out on the same sidewalk. And you see Officer Smith's body-worn camera follow John out. But Officer Smith doesn't walk back out onto that street to make sure that the two combatants aren't put there together. He stops. He turns off his body-worn camera. But just before he does, you hear John say again, "Somebody sucker punched me. Did you see that?" And now John's out on the street, and we have video again of John on the street. And we have video of Trenton Nash and Michael Mendoza going to that car. Now, Mike Mendoza came up to you again and said to you, Trenton Nash never got in the car. There was an ice bank, a snow bank. He couldn't even get in the car. They get in the car, both of them. And they're in the car for a little bit of time. And then Trenton Nash gets out of the car and he starts walking across the street. Now, Trenton Nash came in here and told you, "I was going to go smoke a cigarette." But he crosses the street and approaches the people he just saw get into a fight in the bar. He clearly knows who John Delee is. He's been around John Delee previously in the evening. He just saw his buddy Michael get into a fight with him. And so he walks up to him. He walks up to him. And of course, John notices this. He sees somebody in a dark coat and a white hat, who he probably saw before earlier in the evening. And that guy's coming towards him. At the same time, he's yelling, "Who punched me?" So he thinks that Trenton Nash is coming towards him because Trenton Nash was involved. And you see a defensive, hurt, upset, amped up John Delee reach out and shove or punch Trenton Nash. Then you see John Delee reach out and try to shake his hand. And then there's another punch. And what does Mike Mendoza do, who's sitting in his car watching all of this? He doesn't make a decision to walk away. He doesn't decide that it's none of his business, or he had his shot, he got his shot in, and he already jumped John in the bar. He decides to get out and add a weapon to all of this. And he crosses the street with the pepper spray behind his back, and you can see that on the video from the garage. He crosses the street with the weapon concealed and points it at John. Now, Now, Mr. Mendoza, again, has consistently minimized his involvement in all of this. But you heard Officer Smith talk about what the effects of pepper spray are. It can be blinding, it can make it difficult to breathe, and it can be disabling. And if you watch the video, John notices that Michael Mendoza is standing on the snowbank with the pepper spray in his hand, pointing at him. And at this point, seeing pepper spray pointed at him, he pulls a gun out of his waistband. And he drops it because he's not expecting to have to defend himself from somebody with a weapon. But he picks it up, and you see him rack the slide. Why is that important? John didn't go into the goat that night with a loaded firearm. But now he's under threat. He has two people who have approached him outside of the goat after he was jumped inside of the goat. Doesn't know who these people are. He doesn't know what their problem with him is. All he knows is that they keep coming at him. And now they have a weapon that can leave him disabled, unable to protect himself. But he doesn't point the gun at Michael Mendoza. He pulls the gun out, he loads it, and it remains at his side. And it's at this point that you've heard multiple witnesses tell you that they begin to push John up the street. That's credible and that's normal. You can watch that video for yourself and make your own decision. What's most important is John moves in that direction. And Matt Soldano told you why. That is where safety is. The car is at the Market Basket parking lot down that alleyway. They need to get out of there. Matt Soldano knows that, and that's what they tried to do. But Mike Mendoza and Trenton Nash have no interest in seeing them get to that car. Mike Mendoza's car is in the opposite direction. It's across the street from the goat. Trenton Nash's car is either 10 or 15 minutes away, or it's in the Bank of America parking lot. It depends on who you want to believe, Mike Mendoza or Trenton Nash. But they're not moving towards their car. Look at the body language of everybody in that video. Mike Mendoza is lifting a middle finger into the air and screaming at John Delee and his friends as he walks in the same direction that they do, following them up Old Granite Street. John Delee and Matt Soldano are trying to get back to their car, and these two people who have attacked John twice are following them. Where's Timothy Pouliot? There's video of Timothy leaving the goat and walking in the opposite direction for a short period of time down Old Granite Street, away from the Soho. But he stops. He turns around. He looks to see where Mike Mendoza and Trenton Nash are and where John Delee is, and he turns around and he follows. You heard from Brendon Enright. Brendon Enright doesn't know any of these people. He doesn't know John Delee. He doesn't know Timothy Pouliot. He doesn't know Mike Mendoza. He doesn't know Trenton Nash. He doesn't know Matt Soldano. He's just on the street. And what does he hear? Hey, pussy, this is New Hampshire. We all have guns. And then he turns as Timothy Pouliot walks next to him, and he warns Timothy, that guy's got a gun. You don't want any of that. The Timothy doesn't stop. Michael Mendoza yells out, "He's got a gun, he's got a gun." Nobody stops following John Delee and John Delee's friends. They keep going. Wherever you think they might have gone, or wherever they think they might have gone, it's on video. It's on video every step of the way, with the brief exception of that blind spot right outside of the Soho. They go from the goat, and in the case of Timothy Pouliot, from further down, all the way up the street to the corner of that alleyway. Nobody stops, nobody goes back to their car, nobody thinks better of it. As John is making his way back to his car with his friends, 3 people follow him, yelling and screaming, "He's got a gun." You saw video of Abby Elliott running up the street trying to stop Timothy Pouliot. That doesn't work. Now, you're going to see video again of the Soho. And we see the alleyway, and we see the area in front of that restaurant. And we see the pursuit. And you see the body language. Chandler Gage was identified on video by the detective, with Matt Soldano, who identified himself and was identified by the detective, waving at anybody who will look at them and listen. Stop, get back, stay away. And you heard Matt Soldano say that when he heard that they were being followed, when he realized that they were being followed, he told John to not go down the alleyway. Why? Because nothing good happens in a dark alleyway. This isn't about retribution. It's about the relentlessness of the 3 people that pursued John Delee up the street that evening. Michael Mendoza is armed with pepper spray and rings on his hands that he admits to having, that you can see for yourself. John knows that. He saw the pepper spray. These people intend to do him harm. It's not one person. It's not 2 people. It's 3 people. At some point, the decision is made to not go down that alleyway. He turns his back, and he's in danger. He makes a choice to stay in the light, to stay where there are people. People in light means safety. That's your common sense. And so he stands where he is. And he doesn't point a gun at anybody. He doesn't threaten anybody. He stands there with his friends, hoping that this is going to calm down. But it doesn't. And you don't see John throw punches or shoves or point a weapon or do anything like that in any of those videos. And then Timothy Pouliot, the MMA fighter, and Mike Mendoza, who has already threatened John with a weapon, and Trenton Nash are now arrayed within arm's length of John Delee at the end of the street across from the alleyway. And then you heard Matt Soldano tell you that he got searched for a weapon and asked, "Do you have a gun?" And you heard what that made Matt feel like. He knew why they were asking him that question. And he puts his hands up and he walks away. In that moment, John is alone, 3-on-1, against 3 people who have not only told him they want to harm him, who have not only communicated in very clear terms that they are capable of harming him, They have already tried twice. He's at a road. But he doesn't point his gun at anybody. He stands there, and he's staring right at Mike Mendoza. And then Timothy Pouliot throws that punch. The professional fighter, the MMA fighter. And you see John take a step back and fire 8 or 9 straight shots. It's on video. You get to see that. Now, Ayla came and told you that she heard different. She said, well, no, I saw 4 shots and then shots while Timothy was on the ground. That's not what the physical evidence shows you and tells you. You see the cell phone video, you see the bullets hitting the ground, and then you see Timothy fall backwards. And you see him twist to the left and to the right, but he never stops facing John. As soon as the threat of Timothy attacking John is gone, John stops. The police seized his firearm. You watched Officer Smith respond. He's the closest officer at all times. He's the closest in the bar. He's the closest on the street. He makes it up there in minutes. John is there. He has not run away. He has not left the scene. He has stayed. He immediately places his firearm on the ground, and the officer immediately stands over it to secure it. A detective comes and collects that firearm. They secure it. They render it safe. And you've heard testimony from the state's expert, from the state's own detective, that there were 5 rounds left. John didn't start shooting and keep shooting. John shot until the threat was gone. He stopped when there were no longer 3 people arrayed in front of him, intending to do him harm. He stopped when Timothy hit the ground. He didn't stand over Timothy. He stepped away into the alleyway. The police came and he surrendered. Your job is a difficult one. In the moment that John stood there on the street, nowhere else to go, arrayed with 3 people in front of him that he knows mean to do him harm and are capable of it. He believes they're capable of it because it's been communicated to him. They're professionals. They're willing to throw a punch. They're willing to throw a sucker punch. They're willing to pursue him up the street that all of you walked. That's not a short distance. That's not one building over to the next one. John tried to walk away. He was going towards his car. Timothy Pouliot, Mike Mendoza, and Trenton Nash followed him. There is no other definition of what they did. And while they're marching up the street, wagging their fingers, pointing at John and his friends, waving them off. So you may hear that people say, oh, they were talking back and forth. They were being combative. They were being combative as they were walking away. They were being combative as they were trying to get back to their car while they're being followed. John had to believe that he needed to use force to defend himself. Lethal force to defend himself. That he was at risk of serious bodily injury or death. A professional MMA fighter had expressed to him in no uncertain terms that he wanted to knock him out before the end of the night. And he had help. And they know that John is armed. In the moment, if you think that you're going to be knocked out and you have a gun and they know it, what happens next? In the moment, what do you think is going to happen next? His life was in danger. The judge is going to define for you what that is. Serious bodily injury or death. Every step that every person on that street took towards the Soho in pursuit of John Delee was a choice. Everything that they communicated with their body language and the things that they said was a choice. And it started in that bar when Timothy Pouliot told Mike Mendoza to throw that punch. And it's tragic it ended the way that it did. But it is not murder. It was self-defense. And in that moment, when he's going to get struck in the head for the second time, he has no choice. He has to act. He has to defend himself. I submit to you that when you watch these videos, when you listen to what people have said, when you decide what everybody's intent was, it will be clear. It will be clear that John acted in self-defense and that his acts were reasonable based upon everything that had been communicated to him that evening. It is tragic, but it is not murder. Thank you.
Come get your boy, he's bleeding out. That's the extent of the remorse that he had. There was no fear. There was no terror, and there was absolutely no reason for the defendant to be in fear. He was bigger, he was madder, and he had a loaded Glock stuffed down his pants. This case is about the defendant's anger, the evolution of anger. You watched the videos. You saw it. You'll be able to see it. I agree with the defense on little, and we're going to talk about some of the things you've been told. But I agree, you should look at the body language. You should watch the reactions. You should watch how they're talking, how they're moving, how they're communicating. Because when you see that, what you're going to see is that this man was a bully. He was a tough guy picking on the little guy. That's who he was. Timmy had been pushed around. Yeah, he went up there and he wanted to fight. He wasn't afraid of the bully. And frankly, that just pissed the bully off that much more. This isn't self-defense. This isn't necessity. This isn't from fear. This is anger. This is absolutely retribution. This right here, the fatal shots to the back as he fell to the ground and bounced off the cold pavement, this is an execution. Absolutely nothing less. We talked about this in voir dire. Necessity is required. Actual and reasonable fear of the threat of imminent deadly force. That's not this. This is not that. You heard in this moment what this was. Mr. Saldana, and we are going to talk about his credibility issues. But what we do know is that he was trying everything he could to get the defendant to stop, to calm down, to walk away, to leave. Because this wasn't necessary. Before we go any further, we need to talk about where we're actually at with this case. Not theories, not stories, not movie plot lines about people tactically maneuvering and everything else we heard at the beginning of this case. We need to talk about the facts and the law. We start this case, when you walk back in the jury room, we start this case at this point. The defendant pulled out a gun and he shot Timothy to death. That's not up for debate. The defendant knowingly caused the death of Timothy Pouliot. How do we know that he did it? You saw it. How do we know? Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that if at near point blank, you pull out a gun and you dump 8 bullets into them, into their back as they fall to the ground, it's probably going to cause their death. That's the starting point. Nothing less. You're going to be instructed to consider manslaughter, provocation manslaughter, recklessness. We'll talk about the law, but you know what recklessness is. You know what reckless driving is. This wasn't reckless. This isn't reckless. Boom, 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 boom. Continuing all the way to the ground. That's murder. That is knowingly causing his death. But John was in fear. Absolute fear. At least that's what we've heard. When was that exactly? When did we get any evidence that he was in fear? Did you see any videos that he was in fear? And let's talk about the points a little bit where maybe you would have seen fear. There wasn't fear at the bar. Remember? He looked over, he saw Abby. And why would there be? A foot taller, 200 pounds bigger. 200 pounds. And actually, it's more than that. You heard the stipulation. 350 pounds. 230 pounds. More than an average person, an average male in size on him. He towered over him. Feel free to watch this interaction, too. I encourage you. And also watch the interaction when the defendant's ex-girlfriend pushes Timmy on the way out of the bar. Because what you'll notice is Timmy's reaction to both. I don't know what he's saying. It's your job to look at his body language. But yeah, Timmy brushed off the scum comment. He moved along. And another reason, and we already talked about this, the defendant was there with his friends. You saw Gage walk up behind the defendant when he confronted him at the bar. He had his buddies backing him up. But this is old reliable. This is the buddy that will never let you down. One squeeze, what was it, 6 pounds? 6 pounds of pressure. That's the difference between life and death. He had no problem pulling that out and using it. I lost count, frankly, of how many times you heard pro fighter. You've heard it a lot. Pro fighter, pro fighter, pro fighter, pro fighter, pro fighter, pro fighter. Okay. This is what the defendant did with that information. Where was the fear of the pro fighter? Where is there evidence of fear of the pro fighter? Because what you saw, and again, I encourage you, just like the defense attorney, go back and watch the video. Watch what happens when Abby comes back and tells the defendant. Watch the laughter. Watch them laugh. And of course they're laughing. I think Brian Delaney summed it up perfectly, didn't he? Remember what he said? Little dog barking at the big dog. Watch their reactions. But watch the defendant. Watch where he looks after that. Watch where he stares. Even amid conversation as they're having fun. Watch where he's looking. He's looking up here. Because this guy, this little scum, he dared to tell the defendant's ex-girlfriend that he thought he could hit him, knock him out. Who the hell does he think he is? I'll show him what's up. So he went up to the bar. Let's go, pro fighter. Let's go outside. Wait a minute. How fearful are you of someone if you're going to ask them to go outside? Pretty scared of that pro fighter, wasn't he? Let's go outside, buddy. Because what does he know? You got 200 pounds, a gun, and some buddies behind him. And when Timmy says no, he pushes him. I'm not telling you that that's the crime of the century, but make no mistake, counsel just told you that the first physical thing, he skipped over this. This is the first assault. This is the first physical aggression. This is that evolution of anger that we see. All right? It starts with walking up. You don't talk to my girl. Who are you, scum? Or you're going to tell my girl that you think you can take me? Hell no. Watch that video, and we'll see a short clip of it. We're seeing it. We're seeing that anger, the deep-seated anger. We've heard a lot about the punch heard around the world. And we're going to talk more about that punch, the claims you were told on Tuesday that you would see about that punch. But there is absolutely, unequivocally, no doubt that the defendant wasn't scared after the punch. We know that. You heard it, and I know sometimes it probably sounded monotonous because you heard us asking anyone that was up there, did he ever say he was scared? Did he ever say he was in fear? Did he ever ask for help? Did he ever say that anyone wanted to fight him? No, he didn't. He wasn't in fear after this. He was mad. You heard what he's screaming. He's swearing. He's challenging. He's demanding. What are we seeing? The next tick of anger. It's that evolution. It's spinning up. He's becoming more angry. More angry. Not fearful. What fear? And we know he wasn't afraid outside, don't we? Because what does he do when he goes outside? You've had to listen to a lot of curse words and inappropriate language. But that's because those are the words he chose. You heard Mr. Enright testify. Where you at, pussy bitch? And you can hear it. You can hear it on the recording. Then it's out here. What's up? Who punched me? What's up? Who punched me? Where you at? Screaming. Fear? What fear? What fear? And Mr. Nash, all 130 pounds of Mr. Nash that we heard, you all get to judge Mr. Nash's credibility. You all got to see him walk into this courtroom. And you have heard the claims about this interaction. But we saw the interaction, okay? You saw what happened when Mr. Nash walked up there. Mr. Nash doesn't push him, doesn't touch him. No, we don't know what was said. We have testimony about what was said. But what we can see with our own eyes, unequivocally, defense counsel may characterize it as a push or a punch. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a punch. Mr. Nash told you about that punch, and it was a second punch. But that actually gives us some pause, and we'll talk a little bit about this. So now we have the first assault, the defendant. We have the second assault, the defendant. We have the third assault from the defendant. 2 punches. No death. No serious bodily injury. Outweighed Mr. Nash by 200 pounds. No death. No serious bodily injury. Because it's a punch, ladies and gentlemen. And there was no fear of that punch, of Mr. Nash, of any of it. Just like there was no fear of the pepper spray that you've heard all about. It is lawful, and you will see this in the jury instructions. It is lawful to use non-deadly force to stop non-deadly force. What does that mean? That means if somebody is using non-deadly force, like punching somebody, it is lawful to use a less lethal, non-deadly force, like pepper spray to stop. Okay? That's what Mr. Mendoza did. He didn't even spray him. He walked up and told him to stop. And if you're wondering, well, what was his other motive? If he wanted to incapacitate the defendant with this pepper spray, here's his time. It's here. It's before the defendant has a gun. Mr. Mendoza doesn't know about the defendant's buddy, Mr. Glock. He doesn't know about that yet. He's going to disable and take this guy out. It's right here. But Mr. Mendoza doesn't do that. And the defendant has absolutely no fear. No fear, and you know that. You heard the walked up the street. Is this walking, or is this being shoved? Mr. Saldano explained that to you, that they had to push him up the street because he's trying to get back to Mendoza. He's not afraid of that pepper spray, and why would he? He's got the equalizer in his hand. He's not afraid of pepper spray. He keeps John the whole way up the street. That's not fear. That's anger. Watch the video. If you have questions about what happened in this time frame when the defendant walked down that alley, watch the video. Pull them up full size and watch it. Watch where everyone else is. All the way across the street. They broke off. They went the other way. There was no fear in Soho. This isn't fear. This isn't the face of fear. This is the face of a tough guy looking for a fight. But now it's amped up. We're seeing it again, right? This is anger, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't fear. And Mr. Saldano admitted the defendant ends up going around him. And you'll see the video of Mr. Saldano pointing for him to get down the alley. Again, we'll talk about Mr. Saldano's credibility issues, about the whole he told him to stop. A little confusing since, 30, 20 seconds after Mr. Delee stops, Mr. Saldano was pointing for him like this to go down the alley. I think we know what really happened during this interaction because we have it on video. But what we definitely don't see is fear. Anger, absolutely. Fear, none. Anger did this. It wasn't fear that made the defendant target Timmy and Timmy alone. You've been led to believe that the defendant feared Mr. Mendoza because he had rings on and because he had pepper spray. Every single bullet, 8 out of 9 bullets, hit Timmy. The smallest guy in the group, but the guy that had talked to his girlfriend, the guy that said he could knock him out, and the guy that stood up to him and punched him. Not condoning it, neither should you. But he shot Timmy out of anger, not because he feared him. Watch the video. We explained to you folks how, Detective Lovejoy explained to you folks how to use that VLC player and how you can go frame by frame. If you have a question about what the defendant was doing, take your time with it. But what you won't see is any deviation from Timmy. He followed him all the way down. Execution style, not self-defense style. He wasn't spraying it around saying, get back. It's like this. That's how it happened. Because it wasn't about fear. Now, frankly, that should be the end of this closing. That should be the end of me talking, and you should have this case. But there's been some misstatements, there's been some mischaracterizations, and we need to correct some of that. And we need to talk through some of that. The defendant didn't need to call any witness. That was his right. But he did call witnesses. So you need to judge what you've heard and seen just as critically as you would the state. Let's start with Mr. Enright. Mr. Enright was a bystander. He didn't know anyone. We agree. He didn't have a dog in a fight. He was courteous. He was polite. He answered questions. He swore to tell the truth. But what we saw was Mr. Enright was not accurate on details that we know, on details that you don't have to speculate about. And we talked about this in voir dire, right? The difference between lying and just getting something wrong. All right, and we all agree that there's a difference. Sometimes getting things wrong just happens. We all saw this, right? Mr. Enright explained that they came out of the goat, and there was a large group following him, harassing him. Some girls were spitting at him, swinging at him. And Mr. Enright said that after that happened, and after the defendant pulled out the gun, that the group ran straight across to this end, straight across to right here. And that's where they stayed. If you remember, I asked them, did they go up the street? No. Did they go down the street? No. They went straight across to where you marked the X. Yes. Okay. And that's where you heard them make that statement? Yes. Okay. So what we know, now I want you to think about the time. In this time frame, we have lots of people yelling about guns, right? We have Abby, the defendant's ex-girlfriend, screaming at the defendant to put the gun down. Remember, this is when the gun's out. This is after the pepper spray incident. Abby is screaming, put the gun away, put the gun away. Mr. Mendoza's running up the street, screaming, he's got a gun, he's got a gun. Did Mr. Enright confuse something? Maybe. But if somebody said that, and it was over here, it wasn't Mr. Mendoza, it wasn't Mr. Nash, and it wasn't Mr. Pouliot. And also, how does that help you? How does that help us figure out what was going on in the defendant's mind at that time frame? There is absolutely no evidence that the defendant heard that statement. None. There's not even evidence that anyone near the defendant heard that. Mr. Saldano certainly didn't hear that. No one else heard that. So you're being asked to decide this case based on speculation. Speculation that it was said, speculation on who said it, speculation on who heard it, speculation on how that affected them, speculation on why that would cause him to shoot him 8 times. That's not how we decide cases. That is not how we judge someone's guilt or innocence. There is absolutely no evidence that that played a role in any of this. But what is corroborated about what Mr. Enright said? What do we know is corroborated? We know that this was back and forth. Mr. Enright doesn't have a dog in this fight. He doesn't know Timmy. He doesn't know Mr. Nash. He doesn't know Mr. Mendoza. He doesn't know the defendant. He doesn't know his friends. But we know it was back and forth, and he said it was. No one was trying to back down. No one was trying to leave. No one was trying to ask for help. It was a back and forth. Defense in the opening tried to lead you to believe that this was a coordinated attack and the defendant was just scared. Is that what you saw? Is that what anyone described happening? No. So let's talk about a couple other things that you've been asked to believe. You've been asked to believe that Abigail Elliott Ward was a hero. That she was trying to stop Timmy from running up the street. Really? We have the video. That's not a question. Miss Elliott Orr ran up the street and pushed him. And sorry, I don't mean the first time she shouldered him in the bar and then dressed him down yelling at him. I mean this time, on the street. When she broke free of her friends and sprinted all the way up there and pushed him as physically hard as she could. That's what I mean, that time. The evidence is a little bit different than what you've been told. Mr. Saldano. Mr. Saldano came in this courtroom and he told you some things. You heard some inconsistencies, and I'm not going to go through each one of them. But we have to at least talk about why you should give his testimony very little weight. If he said something and it's not on video, you should be very suspicious about it. We obviously know about his inherent bias. Friends from middle school, typical stuff. This is his buddy. This is the guy, they're tight. Now we, again, talked about the difference between lying and making a mistake. Lie, lied, lying are very, very, very sharp words. Mr. Del Soldano, though, took this stand as a liar. He lied to the police. And that may not sound like a big deal, but let's put this in perspective. Mr. Soldano, according to him, is terrified. More terrified than he'd ever been. So scared that he ran into Soho Bistro. Ran in. Now remember what he was afraid of. He is afraid that these three scary men are going to do something to John. And he is terrified. So he runs into Soho. But while Timmy is lying in his pool of blood on that cold pavement, Mr. Soldano is in Soho lying to the police about what he saw and what he heard. And the reason he was lying was because this was his buddy. He knew what happened out there. He knew how mad the defendant was. He had just tried to get him to leave. He lied to the police because he didn't want to jam him up. Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash were in the thick of it. You've been led to believe that they're the boogeymen. They spoke to police. They stayed. Mr. Soldano, I didn't see anything. No, didn't hear anything. Really? You didn't see anything that you thought might be relevant to a murder investigation? You're going to stand there and lie to a uniformed police officer who's investigating the murder of a man who's bleeding out in the street in that very moment? And I'm not going to go through, frankly, every single inconsistency. But there is certainly one that stood out. I told John to stop. You told John to stop. The day after, the morning after he has lied to police, he sits down with the defendant's investigator and he tells her things. Details. Super important, right? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Left that out of the report, didn't he? Then you heard he testified under oath before. On this issue, he was handed that very report, and he was asked, is this accurate? Is this complete? Is there anything you need to add? Is there anything you want to add? Anything you forgot? Nope, that's fully accurate. He was handed a business card so that he had an opportunity, if he remembered something differently, to call. But then he comes in here and tells you, John, stop because I told him to stop. Does this look like telling John to stop? This is seconds after the defendant turns around in that Soho lead. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, I can't remember right now. You're more than welcome to watch it. Mr. Soldano didn't tell the defendant to stop. He was telling the defendant to go, which is what he was doing the entire time. And don't forget, Mr. Soldano did admit no one followed them down that alley. He admitted that when he apparently told him to stop, that Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash were across the street. How much sense does that make? You have to ask yourself, is there any reason to believe that Mr. Soldano didn't come up here and lie to your faces just like he did to that police officer that night? Again, if he told you something and it's not corroborated by video, you may want to look at the video. And let's talk about another claim you've heard. We have heard a lot about the punch. A lot. In the opening, you were told, direct punch. That first punch, direct punch, caused the injury. That's what you heard. That's what you've heard this whole trial. Direct punch, direct contact. Okay, let's watch it. There's Mr. Mendoza. Ooh, let's watch it again. And again. Now notice something about what side of the face he's swinging towards and what side of his body that punch goes to. Goes to the opposite side of where that cut is. But John's face hits this when he pulls Mendoza to the ground in the fight. Now why do I tell you this? Why does it matter that there was a strike? Swing and a miss. It matters because we don't mischaracterize. You need to judge this case based on the facts and the law. And the fact is that Mr. Mendoza missed. It doesn't matter. The state concedes. He went over there looking for a fight with Mr. Delee, and he got one. And Mr. Delee was kicked out. It doesn't change any of the events that happened after. But what it must change for you is think about the bill of goods you've been sold, what you've been told. You were told direct contact, direct punch. Mr. Mendoza's ringed up hand took him out. I think the quote was, darn near knocked him out. And then he had this fear of those rings. Remember? You kept hearing about the rings. What evidence is there that that the defendant knew about the rings? How did that affect his state of mind? It couldn't have because he didn't connect. Again, and we talked about this very briefly, the claim that Trenton Nash walked right up and, quote, got in the defendant's face. Got in John's face. That's what you were told. Got in his face. Was continuing the attack. That's what you were told. So let's see. There's Mr. Nash walking up smoking a cigarette. Mr. Nash getting directly in his face, continuing the attack, right? Only after he was punched by a guy 6'6", 350 pounds, he didn't so much as raise a hand. Didn't push him, didn't hit him, didn't kick him, nothing. Now, it's your job to judge credibility, character, all of that. It's not mine. You saw Trenton Nash come in here and testify. You heard his demeanor. You heard how he talks. You got a kind of feel for how he thinks about life and how he carries himself. Mr. Nash wasn't a threat to the defendant, and the defendant knew it. You heard a lot of questions about, did the defendant just tell you to go? And you heard that in the opening, right? The defendant told him to go away. Just go away, sir. I don't want anything to do with you. Okay, well, let's check the video. This is Mr. Nash coming over. Easily confused. I'll smash that fucking face! A little bit different than just go away, get out of here. No, it's a little bit different because this is what actually happened. Just like you heard, I think we just heard that the defendant was out of road. That's what we heard at the moment of Soho. The defendant was out of road. You went out there. You saw it. Out of road? Out of which road? He could have walked behind him 20 feet and gotten to the, busiest road in New Hampshire? He could have walked into Soho. Because remember what Mr. Soldano said he did when he was in fear? He ran into Soho. Fancy that. A business is open, and if you're fearful, you can walk in there for safety. something that just didn't happen. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on going through the series of events, but given the back and forth, I'm going to spend a couple minutes just going through what happened, what the evidence actually shows happened, and then we'll talk about the law. Oh, my apologies. I forgot about some of the other claims that you heard. The planned attack, the tactical maneuvers, the lookouts, the hiding. That's what you were told on Tuesday. How much of that did you see? How much planning and coordination happened? And when did that happen? When did Timmy, 007 Timmy, have time to coordinate this attack? And what tactical plan did he devise where instead of taking Mr. Delee and spraying him when he's punching Mr. Nash, did he think it was a good idea to wait until he had brandished a gun and walked up to him in the middle of the street? There is a difference between what is factual and a characterization. And I encourage you to follow the facts and the law. This is where it started. This is what started it that night. The defendant up here and Timmy talking with his friends. If you watch the video, you'll actually see Mr. Delee come up here first, talk to a couple of the friends, and then he comes down. He walks up. This is where it's beginning. This is the moment where he's telling Abby, what are you doing talking to these scum? You know what happens here. This is where that tough-talking Mr. Mendoza and Timmy are talking tough to the girls they've been hitting on all night. The ones that they were just embarrassed in front of, called scum. And they say, I'm a pro fighter, I'll knock him off. That's what they said. And Abby went and told the defendant. I already said this. If you're interested in the actual reactions to that, watch the video. You know what actually happens. This is what happens. The challenge to fight. Remember this? The big dog showing the little dog who's boss, pushing him down the bar like he's a sheet of paper. And then we know what happens. Mr. Mendoza comes down. I'm not going to go through that video again. You saw the swing. You saw the scuffle. You were told during closing that the moment before this, when the defendant had pushed Timmy and walked down to the bottom of the ramp, how happy John was. How he was just dancing and having a good time. Right? That's what you were told. Yeah, of course he was. He did the typical bully thing. He had just walked up, flaunted his size, flaunted his strength, put this little scum in his place and slid him down the bar. And watch who's watching when he's doing that. And you will see Abby looking up there, watching, going like this. Ooh. Stuff like this. He was happy because he just played Mr. Tough Guy. You know what happens here? We showed you. He comes out of the bar. He goes up the street. You heard Olivia describing the anger that everyone was trying to calm him down, but John wasn't having it. He wanted to finish this fight. Who dared to hit John Delee? Who dared to do that? In front of his girl? Think about how mad he was that Timmy was talking to his girl. How mad he was when Timmy simply said something to his girl. You're going to punch John Delee in front of Abby? And not and get away with it? And he wasn't calming down for anyone. You know what happens here. You know the pepper spray comes out. You know the defendant's tone and demeanor. You heard characterizations of it, but this is what was actually taking place. You also heard a lot of discussion about where everyone went, and it's all captured. I know it's not great quality, but from the parking garage that captures from the far right to the far left, you can watch all the movement. You can watch that and then the Soho video, and you can figure out where everybody is. But this is where everyone goes. The red line is John and his friends. The blue line is Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash. And whether you like Mr. Mendoza, whether you think he's a bad guy, it happened just like that. That's what happened. You can watch it on the video. That's where the people went. No one was following them down the alleyway. He could have kept going. What was it? They were going to their home, the safety of their car, right up here. On his way. The other guys are going the other way. But instead, you saw this. You saw this happen. You saw the defendant turn around. You saw him throwing his hands. You saw him pulling that gun out and hollering over to those people. Apparently in so much fear. He was so scared of these three guys, he thought it would be a good idea to be challenging them to come over. And as Mr. Saldana was telling him to leave, nah, I'm going to these guys. There is a gap between these two cameras. Call it the arena. He was going into that arena. They were out there. He was stepping into the arena because he wanted to fight, not because he was scared. There's no evidence of that. And what follows this? What follows the defendant entering into that arena after he has demanded to fight? After he has pushed people and hit people and used derogatory names and swore at people, had to be pushed up in the street? What followed that is this.
Dude, these guys are awesome.
Hey, get back here, back here. Think about just how ready he was to use that gun. Now, you know he had pulled it out a couple times. How he had racked that gun. You can watch him on the Soho clip pulling out that gun. Think about how ready he was to use that gun to be able to pull it out that quickly, target Timmy, and put bullets in him all the way to the ground. To the point the detectives told you, and you saw, bullets ricocheting off the pavement. That's intentional, ladies and gentlemen. That is anger. That is not fear. This wasn't a spray and pray. Get back! It wasn't any of that. It's this. All the way to the ground. Execution. There's a question about his state of mind. The question about what was going on. You heard witnesses describe his state of mind. And defense is right. You did get a glimpse into that in that minute or so after the police got there. You heard what happened, and maybe you didn't pick up on it. So let's think and let's listen about how the defendant is describing his state of mind in this moment. Three fucking Manchester fucking scrubs, dude. You stood in that spot. You stood in that exact spot on the view. We asked you to turn around, to look around. He is standing 15 feet from Timmy's dead or dying body. His body filling up with blood because bullets that he shot ripped through his organs and his heart. And he is standing there calling him a Manchester fucking scrub. A lot of fear, isn't there? No anger, just fear. He was terrified. That is not fear. That's the bully. That's the anger. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you know, when you go back there, that he knew what he was doing and that he caused the death of Timothy Pouliot. There's a lot of charges for you to consider. This is what the defendant did. But we've got to talk about the law on fear, because you have been told John feared for his life. Okay. Let's start first with what's not self-defense. You can't use deadly force against the threat of non-deadly force. You can't kill somebody who is using non-deadly force against you. Excuse me. Street justice, and we talked about this in voir dire, just because somebody punches you, just as somebody pisses you off, just because they wronged you, doesn't mean you get to execute them. In retribution, those Manchester fucking scrubs, that's not self-defense. Deadly force is defined as this. Any assault that someone commits with the purpose of causing or which he knows to create not just death or serious bodily injury, substantial risk. So not just a chance that it could do it. Not just a one-off. A substantial risk. Now you may be wondering, well, how do we know that that's not a risk? Did Trenton Nash come in here and testify? Was he still walking, talking, breathing? Did you hear any evidence about any serious bodily injury? This man, who you saw stand up when witnesses went to identify him and towered over everyone, punched scrawny Trenton Nash in the face, not once, but twice. No serious bodily injury, no death. Because that's not deadly force. That's a fight. Again, Mr. Mendoza has a different idea. He's from a different background, from the street. For him, a fight is a fight. All right? That's what this was. That's not deadly force. Fear. We've talked about this. It's not just fear. It's actual. It's an actual belief that you are faced with the imminent use of deadly force. That deadly force is right about to come upon you. You have to actually believe it, and it has to be reasonable. We already talked extensively. There was no actual fear. The defendant wasn't afraid of anything. And if he was afraid of anything, it wasn't reasonable. But again, we don't get here because we know there was no fear here. Excessive. This is common sense. We all know this. We agree. Use your common sense. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't use excessive force in self-defense. Only a reasonable amount of force. All right? This case, what happened here? In this case, excessiveness was the difference between life and death. You heard the medical examiner describe that for you. If the defendant had stopped shooting, if when Timmy goes like this and starts falling to the ground, that was the end. That's when the threat was over. So even if you believe he was justified in pulling that trigger, they can't use excessive force, and you own every bullet that comes out of that gun. There was no more threat, and he kept going, and he kept going. And as Timmy fell to the ground, he kept going, and he kept going, right to the point where Timmy's body bounced off the pavement as he tried to get away. And what do we know from Dr. Weinberg? That those shots, those ones to Timmy's back as he fell away, that's what killed him. He would have survived this one. He would have survived this one. He would have survived this one. But when you watch the video, take a look at what way Timmy falls. You'll see this, and you'll see this, and you'll see him fall. All of them while he was falling. And it did happen quick. It happened quick, though, because the defendant made it happen quick. He chose that. That's his choice. He's responsible for those choices. He's responsible for going like this and tracking Timmy as he fell to the ground and continuing to shoot until he took all of the life out of him. That is not justified. Now, you didn't hear anything during closing about provocation, but you're going to see you're being asked to consider provocation manslaughter. To be clear, the defendant did not act under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance, and he was not under extreme mental or emotional disturbance which caused extreme provocation. That's important. This is extreme. You're being asked to consider whether 5'7", 121-pound Timmy's single punch to the defendant, who was armed with a gun and outweighed him by over 200 pounds, caused such a reaction that it overwhelmed the defendant to the point that he could not consciously think about anything, that he couldn't understand what was going on, and it was purely a reaction without any thought, process, or any ability to react any other way. Another way to look at this is part of that instruction is going to tell you that not only would you have that, but that a reasonable person would have that. You all went through the jury selection process. You were all picked because you are reasonable, everyday people. You would have to believe that if you were in that same situation, you would have no ability to control yourself, that you would have such a rush, surge, emotion, and you'll see in the instruction, not just anger and not just hatred. This is beyond that. This is
instructed you on this in the past, but I want to emphasize it at this point. You're not to put yourself in either Mr. Pouliot's position or Mr. Delee's position. Your job is to review this case objectively, looking at the evidence dispassionately, so disregard the prosecutor's argument just now to put yourself in that position and guess or think about what you would have done in that position if you had been there. That's not an appropriate framework to consider the evidence in this case.
a reasonable person. So a reasonable person in that same situation would have had to been overtaken by such extreme emotion, beyond anger, beyond basic hatred, emotion that is uncontrollable. A reasonable person, not just him, but a reasonable person would have to react the same way. You heard the defendant's reaction. You heard that minute after he killed. You heard his first statements to the police. There was nothing about, I saw red, I didn't know what I was doing. There was nothing about, I don't know what happened, I was just overwhelmed. There was nothing about that, ladies and gentlemen. It was, they punched me in the face, I was defending myself, they threatened to kill me, and Manchester fucking scripts. That's what you heard. There is absolutely no evidence that the defendant was extremely provoked to the level that a reasonable person wouldn't have been able to control themselves.
Dude, these guys are awesome. Huh?
Hey, get back here, back here. That's not self-defense. That is second-degree murder, and that is reckless conduct. If you go back to that jury box, and you're wondering about reckless conduct, listen to the audio from 54 over Brendon. Listen to the bullets whizzing down the street as people are walking across the street. That is reckless conduct, and it is second-degree murder. You've sat in a trial where you've been able to see what happened before, during, and after a murder. And as everything played out that night, you saw people's reactions, you saw their body language and their emotions, You saw the defendant's actions and his emotions. At the beginning of the trial, Attorney Harrington told you that you would see the defendant's anger, that you would see someone looking for a fight, and you did. That you would see someone with countless other options before having to resort to shooting Timothy 8 times, and you did. And she told you what you wouldn't see. You wouldn't see from the defendant at any point any fear. No fear of Timmy, no fear of Timmy's friends, no actual fear at any time throughout the night, because there was no reason for fear. And just like Attorney Harrington said, there was no actual and there was no reasonable fear. Timmy and his friends were unarmed. The defendant towered over Timmy. You know how much bigger he was. Timmy's punch was not deadly force, and he knew it. That's why he kept trying to fight him any chance he got. That's why this continued, going back and forth. You saw the evolution of his anger, his rage, the jealousy, the bullying, the tough guy showing the little guy what was up. This was a bar fight. The defendant had a lot of choices that night. He could have walked away. He could have gone into Soho. He could have gone up the street. He could have punched him. He could have pushed him. He could have tripped him. He could have yelled out for help. He could have done a lot of things before he pulled out a gun and shot Timothy to death. He made 9 choices that night in that split second, all the way to the ground. And he is responsible for every squeeze of that trigger, every choice that he made. He chose over and over again to shoot Timothy. Those choices recklessly endangered every bystander on that street that night, every pedestrian, every person in a car. In those choices, shooting unarmed Timothy Pouliot until he was flat on the ground and dead, were the choices of knowingly causing the death of Timothy. And that's why we're asking you to find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder and for reckless conduct. Thank you.
Okay. So we just approach the contention.
Short recess. I'll come back and finish the instructions so you can start to deliberate.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes,
I'm proposing. I did run it by the judge, said that if all of you agree on it, then that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
instructions. This is the law you have to apply regardless of any opinions you think that you may have about what you think the law ought to be. Now, under the constitutions of both the United States and New Hampshire's own constitutions, all defendants have an absolute right not to take the witness stand to testify. So the fact that Mr. Delee has not testified in this case cannot be considered by you in any manner or in any way in deciding the outcome of the case. It's the state that has the burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and the defendant has no obligation to present any evidence or to prove that he's innocent, because he is presumed to be innocent until the state convinces you otherwise. The laws of the state of New Hampshire set forth certain crimes, and those crimes each have a precise definition. And the definition of a crime is framed in terms of certain elements that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So the state doesn't have to prove each and every fact in the case beyond a reasonable doubt. Rather, it has to prove each element of the definition of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. And in a moment, I'll explain to you more precisely what the elements are of the crimes charged in this case. But in general terms, all crimes have at least two elements, intent and an act. So in order to determine if a person has committed a crime, it's absolutely necessary for you to know both what the person's actions were and what his intentions were. So unless the person has both acted to do something that's criminal and has acted with the required mental state at the time those acts occurred, the person has not committed a crime. So those two things have to coincide at the same time in order for the defendant to be guilty of a crime. And so in deciding, it's important, moreover, to keep in mind that the definition of the level of intent required by the definition of a crime I'm going to define that for you more precisely here, but pay attention to the definition of the level of intent, because sometimes the law treats the same physical act differently depending on what a person's mental intent was at the time that act occurred. So let me give you an example. Let's assume you have two cases. In the first case, the evidence is the defendant gets behind the wheel of a car, drives the car, strikes a pedestrian, causes serious physical injury to the pedestrian. And in that first case, the evidence is that the defendant has the specific intent, purposely wants to run over and hurt that person, and does so. Second case is the defendant gets behind the wheel of a car, drives the car, strikes a pedestrian, causes serious physical injury to the pedestrian. But in the second case, the allegation is that the defendant was negligent or reckless, like doing something, not paying attention, or consciously disregarding some serious risk of harm. So the physical acts in both cases are exactly the same. Defendant got behind the wheel of a car, drove the car, struck the pedestrian, caused serious physical injury to the pedestrian. But the defendant is guilty of very different crimes depending on what his mental intent was when those physical acts occurred. So that's why it's important to pay attention to the definition of the level of intent required by the definition of a crime. And whether a defendant acted with the required intent is a question of fact for you to decide. Keep in mind, there's often no direct evidence of a person's intent because there is no way to examine the inner operations of a person's mind. So you should consider all the facts and circumstances and evidence in deciding whether the state has proven that the defendant acted with the required intent. So in this case, the defendant's charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder and with reckless conduct with a deadly weapon. So the 2 charges of second-degree murder are what we call alternative theories based on the same underlying conduct. So the law provides that crimes can be committed in different ways, and the law allows the state to present alternative theories to a jury. So if you find that the defendant's guilty of both versions of the crime based on the same underlying conduct, the defendant would only be sentenced on one of those convictions. And the crime of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon is a separate charge, an independent charge from those other 2. So each of the charges against the defendant does constitute a separate offense, which you have to deliberate on and determine if the state has proven the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So the fact that you may find the defendant guilty or not guilty of any one of the charges should not influence your verdict with respect to the other charges. As I said, the defendant's been charged with the crime of second-degree murder, and the first version of that is knowing second-degree murder. The definition of knowing second-degree murder has 3 elements, and the state must prove each element of that definition beyond a reasonable doubt. So for this crime, the state has to prove the following. Number 1, the defendant caused the death of Timothy Pouliot. Number 2, the defendant acted knowingly with respect to causing the death. And number 3, the defendant's conduct was not justified on the basis of self-defense. So a person acts knowingly when he's aware of the nature of his conduct or the circumstances under which he acted. To prove the defendant acted knowingly, the state does not have to prove the defendant specifically desired or intended a particular result. What the state must prove is the defendant was aware of the nature of his conduct or the circumstances under which he engaged in the conduct. The defendant has been also charged with the crime of reckless second-degree murder, and the definition of that crime has 4 elements, each of which the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So for this crime, the state has to prove the following. Number 1, the defendant caused the death of Timothy Pouliot. Number 2, the defendant acted recklessly with respect to causing the death. Number 3, the defendant acted with extreme indifference to the value of human life. And number 4, the defendant's conduct was not justified on the basis of self-defense. So part of the definition of the crime of reckless second-degree murder is that the defendant acted recklessly. And to prove that the defendant acted recklessly, the state must prove the following. First, that the defendant was aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk. This means there must be proof that the defendant knew that there was a substantial risk that his conduct would cause a particular result. Second, if the defendant was aware of the risk, there must be proof that he consciously disregarded the risk. In other words, the defendant decided to disregard the risk and took a chance that his conduct would cause a particular result. Third, you have to examine the circumstances known to the defendant. From what he knew of the circumstances, you must decide whether his disregard of the risk was a gross deviation from what a law-abiding person would have done. So here the key words are gross deviation. If you find that the defendant's actions were unreasonable or thoughtless, that is not enough. To find the defendant acted recklessly, you must find that his disregard of the risk was a substantial departure from what a law-abiding person would have done under the same circumstances. It's not enough for the state to prove that the defendant acted negligently. That is, it's not enough to prove the defendant failed to become aware of the risk involved. The state must prove the defendant was aware of the risk and consciously disregarded it. Now, the crime of reckless second-degree murder requires the state to prove more than that the defendant acted recklessly, as I've just defined that term for you. For the crime of reckless second-degree murder, the state must also prove that the defendant's conduct occurred under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life. This means the circumstances must show a blatant disregard for the risk of human life. So if you find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all of the elements of either version of second-degree murder, then the charge may be reduced to provocation manslaughter if the murder was the product of provocation. So, like self-defense, the state has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the murder should not be reduced to provocation. So the state has to prove 2 elements with respect to this. The state must prove, number 1, that the defendant did not act under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. Extreme mental or emotional disturbance means acting with sudden passion, greater than anger or resentment, which so dominates and clouds the thinking that reason and normal control are lost, resulting in a killing. It does not mean merely a subtle hatred. It means being virtually swept away by passion and not in full control of oneself. It means that there was no cooling off, that is, no thought about and consideration of a course of action. And number 2, that the extreme mental or emotional disturbance was caused by extreme provocation. The law which distinguishes provocation, which will mitigate an offense from murder to manslaughter, cannot be clearly defined. So reasonableness is the test. A murder is manslaughter only if there is provocation, which would cause a reasonable person to kill another out of passion.
The law requires that the provocation must be so great as to reasonably excite the passion and heat of blood. Passion without adequate provocation is not enough. There must be provocation to the extreme so that the defendant, in the anger of the moment, kills another person. Mere words are not enough for extreme provocation. Also, a lawful act, even if it involves physical force, is not recognized by the law as sufficient provocation. So if you find that the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt all of the versions of second-degree murder, then you must go on to determine whether the state has proven whether the defendant is guilty of a similar but less serious crime of reckless manslaughter. So reckless manslaughter has 3 elements, each of which the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So for this offense, the state must prove the following. Number 1, the defendant caused the death of Timothy Pouliot. Number 2, the defendant acted recklessly, as I've previously defined that term for you, with respect to causing that death. And number 3, the defendant's conduct was not justified on the basis of self-defense. So the difference between reckless second-degree murder and reckless manslaughter is that for you to find that the defendant committed reckless manslaughter, the state does not have to prove that the defendant was acting with extreme indifference to the value of human life. As I mentioned, the defendant is also charged with the crime of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon. So this crime has 4 elements, each of which the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So for this crime, the state has to prove the following. Number 1, the defendant engaged in conduct that either placed or may have placed another in danger of serious bodily injury. And number 2, the defendant acted recklessly, as I've defined that term for you. And number 3, the defendant used a deadly weapon. And number 4, the defendant's conduct was not justified on the basis of self-defense. So the state alleges that the defendant used a handgun as a deadly weapon. A handgun is not automatically a deadly weapon. Rather, the term deadly weapon means any object which in the manner it is used, intended to be used, or threatened to be used is known to be capable of producing death or serious bodily injury. And the term serious bodily injury means any harm to the body which causes severe, permanent, or protracted loss of or impairment to the health or function of any part of the body. So in this case, the defendant has asserted that his conduct was justified based on self-defense. So when there's some evidence of this defense, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's conduct was not justified based on self-defense. In other words, if you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant's conduct was justified based on self-defense, then you must find the defendant not guilty. On the other hand, if you find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed all of the elements of a crime charged, including that his conduct was not justified based on self-defense, then you should find the defendant guilty. So the law distinguishes between the use of deadly force and non-deadly force. So the term non-deadly force means any assault which does not constitute deadly force. And the term deadly force means any assault which the actor commits with the purpose of causing or which he knows to create a substantial risk of causing death or serious bodily injury. So except in situations that are not relevant to this case, all persons have a constitutional right to keep and bear arms. So whether a person is lawfully entitled to use a weapon for self-defense is a question of fact for you to decide. With respect to the defensive use of a firearm, the following considerations apply. Number 1, purposely firing a firearm capable of causing serious bodily injury or death in the direction of another person or at a vehicle in which another is believed to be constitutes the use of deadly force. Number 2, if the defendant merely produces or displays a weapon, the defendant has used non-deadly force. If you find that the defendant responded to a threat which would be considered by a reasonable person as likely to cause serious bodily injury or death to the defendant or another by displaying a firearm or other means of self-defense with the intent to warn away the person making the threat, then the defendant has not committed a criminal act and you must find him not guilty. if the defendant's use of a firearm falls somewhere between numbers 1, 2, and 3, or is not otherwise covered by the definitions of 1, 2, and 3, as I've just explained those concepts to you, then it's up to you, the jury, to decide whether the use of the firearm constituted deadly force or non-deadly force based on the facts and circumstances of the case as you find them to be. So the defendant has a right to use deadly force on another person to defend himself if, number one, the defendant actually believed the assailant was about to use deadly force against the defendant. In other words, the defendant could use deadly force if he actually believed he was in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury by an assailant. Number two, even if the defendant actually believed that such danger existed, his belief must be reasonable. In other words, there must be reasonable grounds for the defendant to believe that the assailant was about to use deadly force against him. Self-defense does not require an actual danger to the defendant. Rather, the defendant must reasonably believe that the assailant was about to use deadly force. For self-defense to be justified, the defendant must have a reasonable belief that the danger presented is imminent and in the present. That is, the defendant must reasonably believe that the assailant's use of force is immediately forthcoming. The defendant must reasonably believe that the amount of force he used was necessary for self-defense. A person is not permitted to use excessive force in self-defense, only a reasonable amount of force. The defendant can use the amount of force which he reasonably believed was necessary under the circumstances, so long as, at the time, there were reasonable grounds for that belief. The defendant is only allowed to use deadly force to defend himself if he actually believed the other person was about to use deadly force against him, and that belief is reasonable, as I've explained those concepts to you. The defendant is allowed to use non-deadly force to defend himself if he actually believed another person was about to use non-deadly force against him, and again, that belief was reasonable. In other words, a person is not allowed to use deadly force to protect himself from non-deadly force. Self-defense is not justified if the defendant knew that he could retreat from the encounter with complete safety. However, the defendant was not required to retreat if he was in any place he has a right to be, and if he was not the one who started the encounter. In deciding whether the defendant was justified in his use of force, you should consider all of the circumstances surrounding the incident. You should consider how the defendant acted under the circumstances as they were presented to him at the time, and not necessarily as they appear upon detached reflection. So you should consider whether the defendant had a reasonable belief that he was justified in using force when he acted in the heat of the moment. A past danger will not support a finding that the defendant was justified in using force upon another person. Self-defense does not permit acts done for purposes of retaliation, revenge, or redress. Sorry, I just saw a typo. All right, so members of the jury, the principles of law that I've given you are intended to guide you in reaching a fair and just result in this case, which is important to both the parties and to the court. So you're to exercise your judgment and your common sense, as I've said before, without passion, without prejudice, and without sympathy, but with honesty, understanding, and due deliberation. And so when you've considered and weighed all the evidence in this case, you must make one of the following findings with respect to each of the charges that are before you. You must decide if the state has proven each element of a charge beyond a reasonable doubt. If you have a reasonable doubt, in other words, if you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the state has proven any one or more elements of the offense charged, then you must find the defendant not guilty. If you find that the state has proven all of the elements of a charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find the defendant guilty. Okay, so let me explain how this is going to work with the second-degree murder, just in terms of deliberation. So, with respect to the charge of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon, if you find that the state has proven, if you find that the state has not proven all the elements of that charge beyond a reasonable doubt, of course, you have to find the defendant not guilty. If you find that the state has proven all of the elements of the charge of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty with respect to that charge. With the respect to the charges of second-degree murder, the process of deliberation is as follows. If you find that the state has proven all of the elements of second-degree murder beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must go on to determine if the murder should be reduced to manslaughter, as I've explained that to you. In other words, the state must disprove beyond a reasonable doubt that the murder was the product of extreme provocation, as I've defined those concepts for you. If you find that the state has not met its burden with respect to that question, you should find the defendant guilty of provocation manslaughter, but not guilty of the second-degree murder. On the other hand, if you find that the state has proven that the charge should not be reduced to provocation manslaughter, then you should find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder. And I'll remind you, that concept reasonable doubt is just what the words would ordinarily imply. The use of the word reasonable means the doubt must be reasonable rather than unreasonable. It's a doubt based on reason. It's not a frivolous or a fanciful doubt or one that's easily explained away. Rather, it's such a doubt based on reason as remains after consideration of all of the evidence the state has offered against it. So your verdicts in this case have to represent the considered judgment of each juror. So in order to return a verdict, it's necessary that each and every juror agree with that verdict. In other words, you have to be unanimous. So when you've arrived at a unanimous verdict on each of the charges, let the bailiff know, and then you'll be brought back here to the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver those verdicts in response to questions that the clerk of court will ask of you. It's the foreperson's job to see to it that the jury takes up the issues that are before you. So he or she should see to it that each juror has a full, fair, and adequate opportunity to explain his or her views with respect to both the law and the evidence. And as your first order of business, I'll have you choose from amongst yourselves whom you want to serve as the foreperson, and then once you've selected the foreperson, just let the bailiff know so we know who that person is. All right, as I said, the case is important to both the parties, and in your deliberations, you must follow the instructions which I've given you and make a conscientious effort to determine what a fair and just result is, because that is your highest duty as officers of this court. It's also your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view towards reaching an agreement, if you can do so without violence to your individual judgment. So each of you have to decide the case for yourselves, but do so only after impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. So in the course of your deliberations, don't hesitate to change your mind or re-examine your position if you're convinced that you were initially wrong. But don't give up your honest conviction as to the weight or the effect of the evidence simply because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or solely for the purpose of returning a unanimous verdict. Now, if you have any questions about the law that applies during your deliberations, have the foreperson write that question out on a piece of paper, put the date and time on it, notify the bailiff, and I will get you an answer most likely in writing as quickly as I can. If you have any questions, though, about the facts or the evidence in the case, I can't help you with that. As I've told you before, you and you alone decide the facts based on the evidence presented. You'll have the exhibits we'll introduce that'll go back with you into deliberation, and you'll have to rely on your collective memory about the testimony of the witnesses. And so there are 3 alternates. All right, so jurors number 7, 12, and 13. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think you're 7, and then 12 and 13. So the 3 of you are alternates. So I can't excuse you yet because it does happen even at this point that a juror becomes sick, has a family emergency, or something happens, and one or more of you might be brought into the deliberation process. So it's essential you continue to abide by my instructions not to talk about the case with anyone else, but also not to talk about the case with each other, because it does happen, as I said, one or more of you might be brought into the process, and you need to come at it without those outside influences. And so the remaining 12 of you can retire to deliberate. We'll get you the exhibits, and I just caught a typo I need to correct, and I'll get the instructions back to you as well quickly.
All rise, please.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Do you have a clean laptop to send?
Yes, and
Okay.
both parties have checked it.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And, Your Honor, also,
yes.
the exhibit list that we had is prepared without the IDs. We were asking, I think, joint
Correct.
to get back.
Yes, and you're okay with the, I mean, my only concern was whether there was agreement about the descriptions. Candidly, I didn't read through the descriptions, so I just wanted to make sure there was nothing that either side had any objection to, but that's fine with this number of exhibits to send them. Okay, as long as you're okay with that, then that'll go back with them as well. Okay, thank you.
All rise. Okay, counsel, I just need to go over the exhibits with you.
Yes.
The other one.
That's all right. Just use those.
I'm removing the three ID exhibits. Exhibit 68. Exhibit 72. And exhibit 75. Now I have to go through each one. First of all, the sports exhibits, I have the sports, three stipulations. 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, yes. We're going to send the speaker and the TV.
You wanted to send back the speakers?
Just one.
Okay.
We didn't recommend we were internet or computer, but they were generally instructed that way. He didn't say anything about you not using the internet or computer, did he? We need to know.
Nancy, we're just talking to the defense. Because they're going to have a laptop, does the judge normally send an instruction for them not to try to access Wi-Fi or anything?
That's what he meant by clean laptop.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but I mean, they can always theoretically, figure out how to turn it on if they try.
Oh, you have PA those?
It's clean as in there's nothing on it, it's not connected to the internet right now, but they could obviously try to connect through the court's Wi-Fi or something like that.
I'll ask him.
Are we ready?
I don't know what his normal. This is the one we normally send out.
He's been pretty clear about shouldn't do that at all.
Yes, no, absolutely.
You would like to think.
Then did you get to speak?
Yeah.
So we,
Friday.
okay, all right. Thank you.
Quick question for you.
Yes.
Some of the media outlets are doing you as Ben and some of the Ben are simply departments.
I go by both.
Okay, I just, when I put out the final photos.
So one, the ones, and again, it also doesn't actually bother me. My name is actually F-A-L-K-N-E-R, and I'll constantly F-A-U-L-K-N-E-R. Doesn't really matter, but if you want it accurate,
Yeah, no, I looked your name up properly, but, Ben and Bender, I'm Jeff and Jeffrey, so it's like usually when I'm in the office, Jeffrey.
right, yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I go by either, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Just didn't want you to be offended.
No, I won't.
Probably the least of the worries.
Yeah, that's, out of all the things to worry about, it's not that.
If they're getting on the internet with that computer, then they're disregarding a whole bunch
Yeah,
of
it's
other
a whole
stuff,
other
right?
And I hope that one of the 12 would be like, hey, I don't think
We shouldn't do that.
Hey, guys, maybe we should ask them.
I mean, you know, they want to watch cartoons or something.
Right.
There's so, I just laugh every time. It's like, we just wrap up a murder trial, and here we are doing like this, and everyone, every time we go to like a party or something, they're like, doctors and lawyers, and I'm like, yes.
The last murder trial I had, there had to have been 270 exhibits. And you wouldn't believe, you know, the jury goes out at like, I don't know, 3:30 or something. And the lawyers are in the courtroom and, you know, they're not so involved in the court. You know, the clerk is not involved at all, so just want to go have at it. And we're counting through and, you know, you got the physical bullets, and then you got the papers, and then you got these like little tiny scraps of paper that have become exhibits. I mean, it was like, oh, we can't find 216, you know? It was horrible. So this was nice.
Yeah, this was that. Yeah, this is our first case again.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I'm sure we will see.
I prefer to shake before verdict.
Yeah, that's a good, yeah, great.
Shake, always shake before verdict. Because otherwise we'll seem condescending for one person.
Right, well, yeah, that's fair enough. No, beginning to end. All the way back to Janet right now.
It's pretty quick turnaround.
Yeah. 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 I felt it. Well, I think in these cases, they were able to do it so quickly that everything was just assembled. So it was, there's not much evidence for it. And you know, it's good for a criminal case, right? But I don't know that it's good for every moment of everybody's life to be recorded like that. It's creepy. It's creepy, especially with the audio everywhere. Yeah.
Go back to people who are just being embarrassing, dancing on the dance floor that we just like broadcasting on the web.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if you saw yourself in that?
Yeah.
Oh.
You know, every time I see that, I laugh. Obviously,
The weird dancing. Yeah.
I couldn't stop laughing. I watched it.
I know you did.
I was like, oh, best day ever. And it really broke my heart yesterday. It was very disappointing.
Anybody else?
You didn't really think we were going to go through with it. We were going to do it if we had to.
Yeah. I didn't until Richard was all, and then it was all yours.
I think it is. Well,
I mean,
that was me.
Sorry. The microphone, I don't know.
Yeah, other than the microphones, I think, Scott.
This is, this whole panel, everything. attached.
Literally all of it is on, all
Right,
these are,
okay.
I'm gonna go get the boxes.
We're good.
So we can start.
No other cases sitting in here.
Yeah, just pulling
Okay.
cords, I'm
Running out of
like.
the way.
Break it down.
Not this afternoon, no. Check all this, they're gonna take TVs and things before.
They're taking the TVs and
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. So Monday, we're gonna have, just a regular version here.
Just keep bringing that here in.
I think he'll probably,
Does he bring them in the court?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it all gets, because this goes back and forth.
assuming things.
So you know, there's the streaming our audio. There's the streaming the audio across the web.
Oh, well, that's gonna start immediately.
Yeah. So,
Who's doing
the
this?
second one, just that.
No, actually,